නැතුව දැන් දරුවෙක් ගැන හිතන්න කාලය හරි නේද?
ඊට කලින් මට ගයක් හදාගන්න ඕනේ අම්මේ. සඳමල් මගේ හිත වාට ඇදිලා ගියේ ඔයාගේ වැඩවලට ඔය තියෙන උනන්දුවයි උත්සාහවන්තකමයි නිසා. ඒත් දැන් මට ඒක කරදරයක් වෙලා.
ඇයි?
ඔයා දන්නවනේ මට තියෙන ලොකුම ආසාව.
දරුවෙක්?
ඒත් ඊට කලින්
යා මං හිතුවේ නිවාසනායක් ගන්න එක මහා කරදරයක් කියලා. ඒත් NSB බැංකුවට ගියාම ඒක වෙනස් වුණා. මගේ වැඩ ටික ඉක්මනටම කරලා දුන්නා.
NSB නිවාසනාය නිවාස සේනයේ කඩිනමින් සබෑ කර දීමට ඔබේ මුදලට සුරක්ෂිතම ස්ථානය ජාතික ඉදිරි කිරීමේ බැංකුව.
Our story is one of reimagining. Reimagining who you can be, what you can achieve, and how CIMA can support you. Founded in the UK in 1919 with the belief that an accountant's impact goes beyond the balance sheet, CIMA joined forces with the AICPA in the US to form the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Today, we serve members and students in 179 countries and territories. Contact CIMA Sri Lanka.
අන්මුට් කරා ඇහෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ උනාට. ඩොක්ටර් ඩී.එම්. ධනපාල දෙන්නෙක් ඉන්නවද නැහැ? දැන් හරි.
A very good morning once again. Welcome back to the second and the final day of the technical sessions presented by the Organization of Professional Associations of Sri Lanka, the OPA. We have a number of technical presentations lined up for this morning under the theme Bounce Back, Masters Opportunity. To recap yesterday's events, the 33rd annual conference of the OPA commenced with the inaugural session commencing at 9 a.m. President of the OPA, Mr. Saman Varusavitana, delivered the welcome address, which was followed by the address by the President-elect and the Chairman of the OPA Annual Conference Committee, Engineer Shanta Senara. A keynote address was made by Professor Atta-Ur-Rahman, a very eminent scientist, joining us online from Karachi, Pakistan, delivering a very comprehensive presentation. A message from our guest of honor, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Honourable Imran Khan, was also read out by Professor Rahman. Following that, we had the address by the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Honourable Mahinda Rajapaksa, highlighting the important role played by the OPA in the development of the countries. After a short commercial break, the first session of the technical presentations commenced, moderated by our own Mr. Dulita Pereira. The First presentation was made by Ravinath Arya Singha, his Secretary, Foreign Relations, and it was titled Role of Foreign Employment in the Economic Revival of Sri Lanka. It was very detailed, very interesting indeed. The second presentation was made by Vidya Jyoti, Professor Vajira H.W. Disanayaka, Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, titled Economic Revival of Sri Lanka Through Health Innovation. And this was followed by a presentation by Mr. Shabir Nair, the Regional Migration Specialist of the ILO, Decent Work Team for South Asia, which was titled Future of the Migrant Workers of South Asia. It was a very interesting and very detailed presentation. He joined us all the way from Chennai in India. And the final presentation was made by Dr. Lochana Gunaratne, the current chairman of the International Expert Committee on Third World, and it was titled Cities Without Slums. This was followed by the question and answer time, which was fairly short because of the time constraints we had. And we had a number of comments and a number of questions posted on the chat box, and to which we will hopefully reply in the days to come. It is not possible to do that today due to the time frames allocated to us. The inaugural session and the technical sessions were wound up by the General Secretary of the OPA, Ms. Ruchira Sekara, posing the vote of thanks. And to continue from there, we will be right back after the commercial break. Stay with us.
Strategically located along the 21st century maritime Silk Road, Sri Lanka, the pearl of the Indian Ocean, the key link between the East and the West, offers access to a thriving region poised for accelerated growth. Rising from the seas of Sri Lanka, Port City Colombo is a large-scale reclamation and city development project undertaken jointly by China Communications Construction Company, a Fortune 500 company, and the government of Sri Lanka. Spanning 269 hectares, Port City Colombo, when fully developed, will have a total gross floor area of more than 5.7 million square meters. A modern city where people can work, live, and play. The government of Sri Lanka is actively working on turning this into an international financial city. With new commercial legislation modeled after British laws, coupled with preferential tax, custom, immigration regulations, and other attractive policies, Port City Colombo will attract top multinational corporations and global talent. A state-of-the-art convention and exhibition center capable of hosting large-scale international events will position Port City Colombo as the new hub for business and MICE activities in the region. Port City Colombo will also be the pioneer of the smart city concept in Sri Lanka, where IT expertise using cloud computing and the latest cutting-edge technology creates a seamless living environment, making smart living, smart working, and smart estate management a reality. Port City Colombo has adopted the latest sustainable city concepts, with emphasis on a people-friendly environment using the transit-oriented developments concept to minimize commuting, further enhances the project's sustainability. Port City Colombo will be the most livable city and desired travel destination in the South Asian region, with a 2-kilometer sandy beach, a water channel that flows through the middle of the city, A central park with lush greenery and park connectors traversing across its length and breadth. With the best of healthcare and education, Port City Colombo will be amongst the very best top international cities. World-class hospitality, integrated resort and theme park, a retail destination that is home to the best of international brands and local retailers, a luxury marina will make Port City Colombo a top tourist destination. Building a world-class city for South Asia. Port City Colombo.
For day 2, we have as a moderator Engineer Arjuna Manamperi, a chartered engineer, a fellow of the Institute of Engineers Sri Lanka, holds a MBA, a Master's of Science and a Bachelor of Science degrees in engineering. A forum member of the OPA during the period of 2015 to 2019, currently a council member of the Engineering Council of Sri Lanka, Vice Chairman of ICT Industries Skills Council, the Vice President of IESL during the period 2015 to 2017, counts over 35 years in the field of ICT, heavy engineering, pharmaceuticals, apparel, electronics, biotech, aircraft and automobile parts. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Engineer Arjuna Manamperi moderating the technical sessions day 2.
Since its inception, way back in the year 1974, the organization of the professional associations has been serving the professionals and nation alike with dedication and commitment. Saw the establishment of the first Republic Constitution in Sri Lanka, replacing the Westminster Parliament system, and the formation of the National State Assembly, which is the legislature. The new constitution also paved the way for the abolishment of the second chamber of the Parliament, the Senate, and as a result, at the time of origin, the OPA was to play a national role as a replacement to the Senate. The initiation of the OPA was also mooted with several professional bodies striving for the establishment of one common apex institution which would cater to the country's growing need of professional opinion. And this process was carried forward under the aegis of the Commonwealth Foundation based in the UK in order to have a joint voice in areas of economics and policy. Since then, the fledgling organization has grown to be a pulsating institution with immense potential to serve the nation at large. Owing to its diverse nature, today the OPA is recognized as a unique organization, and based on the reliable information, there could not be a similar organization globally. Even the officials of the Commonwealth Foundation who visited Sri Lanka to attend the Chokum were based at the progress the OPA has achieved during the decades of serving the nation profusely. For more than 4 decades, the OPA has been working with the ultimate vision of being the independent and vibrant apex body of professional associations of varied disciplines, guided by high professional and ethical standards, providing leadership to and development of professions with acceptance of community as a body contributing to national development. Today, the OPA has come a long way and grown into a powerful civil organization consisting of an impressive list of member organizations currently standing at 48, with a total membership of approximately 50,000 professionals in various fields whose outreach could be extensive in numbers. The member organizations include and are spread across a vast number of sectors ranging from medical to legal, engineering to marketing, management, and the various other professional institutions. The OPA is recognized as one of the major organizations involved in conducting various programs in terms of seminars, workshops, lectures, etc. on national issues and any other important subject areas for both members and the general public. In this regard, a major 2-day conference is organized annually for broader participation of members and their respective associations on a timely subject, with the participation of eminent resource persons as keynote speakers. The final outcome of this annual conference is forwarded to the government and relevant authorities for incorporation when making policy decisions. During the past so many years, OPA has achieved a plethora of milestones whilst upholding its utmost dignity and professional standards, and these milestones include the establishment of a professional center for the benefit of professionals, enactment of the 17th Amendment to the Sri Lankan Constitution, a brainchild of the OPA, introduction of a healthcare insurance scheme for members extending up to 85 years of age with the collaboration of National Insurance Trust Fund, deliberations to the government on current issues faced by professionals and the general public with recommendations to relevant authorities for implementation, receiving of national honours by eminent professionals such as Desamanya, Vidya Jyoti and Vidya Nidhi on the recommendations of the OPA, appointment of some of the members to the independent commissions on the recommendations of the OPA, and more importantly, the OPA has been able to pursue the government to incorporate some of the budget proposals forwarded from time to time, which has largely benefited many professions and the general public in Sri Lanka. For the recreation of the members, the OPA also organizes a series of programs which include Sinhala Tamil New Year and Christmas celebrations, mobile dental clinics, benevolent activities to mark the Vesak and the Poson celebrations, 6-a-side softball cricket tournament, and many more. In the meantime, the OPA takes some extra effort in disseminating timely information to its membership, and 2 journals and 3 newsletters are issued free of charge annually in this regard, which contains many news articles and important events of member associations. Organization of Professional Associations, which inaugurated with just 11 associations, have seen a steadfast growth and presently boast members from 48 associations across 32 disciplines. And the OPA will remain to be the independent and vibrant apex body of professional organizations in Sri Lanka, which would also stand for the best interest of all various professionals in Sri Lanka.
Good morning. Aibon, Wanakam, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to all audiences, even from abroad. Welcome to the 33rd Annual Conference of OPA, for the first time being virtually done in Sri Lanka. Organization of Professional Associations, fondly known as OPA, is a well-known organization in the country. Today is the second day of the session, and we have some exciting programs, 6 programs for the day. Let me put some house rules in order for all the audiences, as well as our speakers, or respected speakers. Now, every speaker has about 25 minutes for the whole session. At the beginning of the session, after 15 minutes, I'll be ringing a bell. So please pay attention. This is for the presenters. That's the signal that you have spent 15 minutes of your time. Within the 20 minutes, I'll be ringing the bell again, rather a gong actually, and you should stop at that point. So you have 5 minutes time to finish it off. So after 20 minutes, we will take some question and answers. I will tell what the question you should answer, and accordingly you will be able to answer the question within a stipulated time of maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And then we will wrap up the session for the presenter. Today we have 6 presentations with a break in the middle of the day. We plan to finish our activities for the day by about 1:30 p.m. Hopefully everything goes well. And there's some exciting announcement at the end of the day. This is the second day of the session, and yesterday was the first day. So we will be picking one winner who asked the best question. That will be announced at the end of the day, and sponsored by none other than the chairman of the conference committee, Engineer Shanta Senrat. So without any further ado, let me first introduce to the first speaker, and let me read his bio so that you have a good understanding. But before I do that, I want to let you know that today's session has very exciting topics, 6 topics, ranging from survival under the current situation of COVID-19 and beyond, virtual education, research into the agriculture, because one thing we learned during these times, the basics. We need food, we need to continue to learn, and we need to get the food that we have distributed to people. So supply chain management will be also a topic. Our first speaker is a data-driven, practical financial professional. He was the group CFO of Malaysia's Axiata Group until December 2016. Axiata, as you know, is one of the largest telecommunication groups in Asia. He has served as the CFO of Celcom Axiata since mid-2009 and helped Celcom to receive an award for generating the highest return on investment capital within Malaysia. Prior to joining the Axiata Group, he spent 20 years working for Hewlett-Packard, which is a global giant in computer technology, 10 years of which spent in senior finance positions with Hong Kong, Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. The balance 10 years, he was responsible for sales and marketing for different business units in the Asia and Asia Pacific region. He was also the corporate vice president of business unit generating revenue of $1 billion for Southeast Asia and Taiwan. He currently serves as a senior consultant for Duffs and Phelps, a global organization focused on valuation and business intelligence and investigations. He's one of the mentors. He does volunteer work, and he's one of the mentors to Endeavour Malaysia board advisory member of Center for Applied Data Sciences and a member of the MIA subcommittee. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome to talk about post-COVID survival to thriving, empirical evidence, a practical approach to surviving. Mr. TVT Chari, Senior Advisor at Duffs and Phelps, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Over to you, Mr. Chari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arjuna. Very nice. If I can share my screen quickly. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, I could, and I can hear you well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. So I've got about 25 minutes and I'll probably quickly run through. I've got a lot of slides. First of all, Ayubawan, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to come and share my thoughts with you. We are obviously living in a surreal and unprecedented times today. I've been working for the last 40 years and I've not seen anything as devastating as this. Fundamentally, we see almost about 9.9 million people infected with COVID. It's spread into about 220 countries. The death toll is close to about 500,000. And out of that, about 125,000 is just in the US alone. Now, it is not just the COVID-19, it is also accentuated by the oil price coming down substantially and a huge amount of feud that's happening or a trade war that's happening between US and China. None of it is helping the economy as a whole. Now, every country is offering stimulus packages at close to $3-4 trillion. It's no more $1 million or $1 billion. It's all in $1 trillion. It's one followed by 12 zeros. And ADB assessments to the economic loss is close to about $8.8 trillion. Now, the question is this, that, when we recover, is it going to be a V curve or a U curve or a L curve or a W curve? And depending on the economy that you talk to, you get different answers. But let's probably explore some of those today. Again, we don't have an absolutely perfect answer, but we can just give you some empirical evidence. Now, if I look at this, there are two things that I've been asked to talk about. One is, are there any empirical evidences? So can we go and share that piece? The second piece is, how do I move from just a survival for the next 6 months, 8 months to thriving mode? And is there a playbook that we can introduce? And those are the two topics that I'm going to cover. And I've got a number of slides, but I will quickly do that as fast as possible. Now, the impact of the business is very clear that there are certain industries which have been very severely impacted. And I was presenting this paper in Thailand. The tourism business is impacted a lot, leisure business, aviation, maritime. 96% of the aircrafts for Singapore Airlines is sitting on the tarmac. They're not flying. It's impacting aviation. I was a consultant for Malaysian airports for a while. And today you've got only 5% of the normal traffic that's coming into. So a lot of industries are getting impacted, but a number of industries are also getting the benefit. Medical supplies, the PPE, gloves, and all the stuff. E-commerce is increased a lot. So food processing, retail, as Mr. Arjuna said, that food is important, and that particular business is also doing well. So it's a mixed bag in a way that some of them are doing well, some of them are not doing as well. And I look at the impact to the business, and you look at all the names. Like you have a few companies which have declared bankruptcy. Hertz, I was very surprised that Hertz had declared. Thai Airways has done it. JCPenney has declared bankruptcy. But even some big names like IBM, they are letting go people to sort of manage the situation. Now, what surprises me is someone who's been working for the last 40 odd years. IBM has been in existence for about 100 years. And, a 3-month embargo is impacting the world as much, or the IBM world as much. And so the resilience is going to be important. And what did they miss for them to go and let go so many people for a short span of 3 months, where there's a lockdown and there is a pandemic, and they go through this. Now let's look at some of the empirical evidence. Now you saw the pandemic and it's got its impact. The empirical evidence, this is an interesting chart that I picked up from SoftBank. When they announced the results, they said that in 1929, there was a Great Depression. In about 3-4 years' time, the stock prices came down by 90%. And it took about 25 years for them to recover, 25 years. So this is between 1929 and 1954, which is even before I was born. And the question is, are we also going to have a similar 25-year recovery period as we are going through this crisis? Now, the difference, one of the biggest difference between what happened then and now is this, that in 1929, depression the recovery was led by new industries. It is automobile, electronic products, oil, manufacturing, electricity, food processing. And these are all clear brick and mortar companies. You need to spend a fair amount of time developing the ecosystem, developing the manufacturing plant, logistics, and then you need to produce. And obviously, it's taking such a long time. So whereas today, the recovery from COVID-19 will be led by technology, right? Online meeting. And we look at what we're doing today. Like for the first time, you're having a very effective meeting where we're bringing in as many people as possible, having this conversation. It's as though you're physically present. Not as good, but it's almost 98% of where it should be. food delivery, online education. We're going to talk about that later. It's amazing that some of the students are sitting at home and getting educated. And I was presenting a few papers to the universities too. And it's, 400 people, 500 people logging on to, and they can all listen to a conversation. Online medical care, online shopping. So there is a huge difference between what happened in 1929 to what's happening today. So to the extent the recovery is bound to be faster with certain tweaks, which we'll talk about later. Now, the second thing is this, that the deja vu is around the subprime mortgage crisis that happened in 2006. If I look at the history, it is very similar. Fed didn't do adequately, recession began, and you had Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac succumb to, and subsequently the stock market crashed, and everybody paid a huge amount of money for bailing out and all that stuff. So if I look at this from a financial crisis to recovery, it's by and large similar. Now, Lehman Brothers, again, this is the same story as I said earlier. Worst economic crisis between 2007 and 2009. It wiped off $8 trillion, very similar to what's happening today. Highest unemployment rate at 10%. Now it's even more. Ultimately, both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have returned the bailout money, which means that the bailout has in a way worked and they've given back money. Now, I'm just moving on to the third topic of rapidly changing world. The world is definitely changing. There's no questions at all, and I'll give you a few examples of where the world is changing. But you can see here, suddenly the internet connectivity is amazing across the globe. You've got about 4.39 billion people, and it is increasing. And now, adapting to technology is also rapidly happening. Suddenly entertainment is all done through a net, delivery of food, TikTok, restaurant delivery, grocery delivery. It's all happening through digital adoption. Food shopping, look at the Amazon.com, it's the largest company in the world with market capitalization of close to more than $1 trillion, market capitalization of more than $1 trillion. It's amazing, actually. Communication, video chat, Zoom was no one at about 4 or 5 months back, and from there to where they are today, it's amazing in terms of the market capitalization and the value that has happened. Wellness and medicine is also another important thing that's happening. Now, schools, education, everything is changing, and people are adapting to new technologies much faster. Now, this is just a quick run through of what's happened in 2010 versus 2020. If I look at the right-hand side, the valuations are all led by large companies, $1 trillion companies are all click and mortar companies, not brick and mortar companies. They're all click and mortar companies and software driven, AI driven, blockchain driven. So these are all click and mortar companies which are growing much faster in terms of valuation vis-a-vis the old days where brick and mortar companies, ExxonMobil was the biggest, Citibank was big and all that stuff. And that's moving away. And now the focus is more on the click and mortar companies. Now, very quickly on this chart, it's crowded. The question, $1 million question that we have is, what's going to happen to us in future? Is retail business going to stay? Will Target be there? Will Carrefour be there? What's going to happen to 7-Eleven? Will everybody go and order only on online and the brick and mortar companies are not going to exist? That's a question. Similarly for hospitality, what's going to happen to Ritz-Carlton? What's going to happen to Hilton? Will we ever go there? Or are we all going to do this online and we're not going to do any of it? Airports, airlines, what's going to happen to all of them? And the hailing services, like we are so used to Uber and Grab and all that stuff. And today and tomorrow, are we going to do this? Education, we spoke about it. What's going to happen to sports tomorrow? Will we ever go and attend a big cricket match in a stadium because of the fear of COVID or whatever? There may not be there could be another COVID tomorrow for that matter. So what's going to happen? If I extend this like into a board meeting, will we ever attend weddings, for example? So all these questions are coming up, and it's interesting to find an answer. Will we ever shake hands? So there are two camps to this question. One is, there won't be much of a change. We're all social animals. We'll continue to do what we've been doing. Or there's another camp which says that, look, everything will change. Everything will change. The doomsday will say that everything will change. If you're a brick and mortar company, you're going to die and you're not going to exist at all. And the click and mortar companies are going to take over. So it's a dichotomy between the two, and probably let's try to see if we can get some answer between the two. Right now, so I've given you a bit of background around the empirical evidences. There are three empirical evidences that we spoke about. Rapidly changing digital world, which is going to help us in terms of recovery much faster. And the short term, there will be pain. This is one of the reasons why we created this leadership playbook. And there are 6 blocks to it, and each block will probably take an hour each. And since we don't have time, I'm not going to run through each one of them. But fundamentally, what this says is this, that leadership is going to be a very important piece of what you do. It may sound a little cliche, but leadership is important. In times of crisis, people depend on leaders to provide clarity and hope. Fear can be contagious, and this can lead to lower productivity, lower employee engagement, and all this stuff. So you play a significant role as leaders in the industry. Embrace an optimistic culture, and not positive culture, but an optimistic culture to say, yep, I have all these problems, but I'll recover it and move forward. Second block is around bring back your revenue. Now, it's the greatest example would be 9/11. When 9/11 happened, everybody stopped flying. But what happened was this, that both airports and airlines came back and said, look, I'm going to do a bunch of things. Like, I'm going to test, security check will be a lot more stricter. Remove your belt, remove your pant, remove your jacket. You can't carry water, all kinds of, remove your shoes. They created a fair amount of pain, but we were okay to go through that pain because we know that it's providing us additional security. And when 100 people went, they came out successfully. They became 1,000, 1,000 became 10,000, 10,000 became 1,000,000, and back to square A. And probably some of those stuff, and I've got, again, a bunch of examples of what others are doing. Airlines are today using, which is the most impacted industry, are using UV to clean up the plane when it lands. And so whatever that's being used in medicine is hospitals are being used in an aircraft. So sit in a place and start thinking through your bringing back your customer strategy in a way. The third one is digital transformation. We just quickly talk about that. I want to spend a bit of a time, maybe 5 to 8 minutes there. And scenario planning. Scenario planning is not generally done only for banks. And now I'm saying that every single company for the next 6 to 8 months, we will have to continuously do weekly, do a stress test to see what's your realistic case, an optimistic case, pessimistic case, and get an answer to it. And fourthly, proactively engage with your customers, employees, because they may not exist. Your supplier may not exist. Your customer may not exist. 80% of the business is coming from one of your customers. If he doesn't exist, you have trouble. So proactively engage with your employees, your customers, and supply chain. And lastly, on a short-term basis, conserve cash, conserve cash, conserve cash. Cash is going to be king. And there are lots of smart things that you can do. Like there was one case where there was an asset which was sitting there in the company, which we acquired 3 years back for a particular customer. The customer just walked away. And we said, okay, let's go and sell this asset and make money. And so we lost a little bit of money. It doesn't matter at all, but at least the cash came in. Similarly, can I convert CAPEX into OPEX? Multiple options are there for block number 6 also. So given the paucity of time, I'll probably just focus on 2 and quickly run through. Again, there are a number of beautiful slides, but paucity of time, I think I'll quickly touch on some of the key points. Now, digital transformation before or after is important, but with COVID-19 coming and hitting you, it has to be accelerated substantially. We've been talking about digitization, digital transformation for at least the last 5 to 6 years, but time for us to go and execute it. Otherwise, we will get executed also. One is business model, and we need to understand what is meant by platform business. How do I connect myself to my customers easily, and how can I enhance customer experience? So important, right? Now, I get down from an Uber taxi and I close the window, a door, and within half a second, I get an invoice, which says, when did I start? Where did I get down? All that information, plus you've got to pay me 80 ringgit or whatever it is. So I forwarded my secretary, my work is done. Now, have you ever called a call center or WhatsApp to say, hey, look, I was trying to send this picture to Mr. Arjuna, it didn't reach, can you help me? It doesn't happen. It has never failed in the last so many years. And it's that seamless customer experience is also going to be important moving forward. Radically simplify the business, which is the second triangle. And third one is digitization. For everything, underneath everything, you need to embrace technology. It's important. And similarly, create a data-driven culture. And a country like Sri Lanka, and I was fortunate enough to be in the board of dialogue for about literally 4 years. And there are so many bright people, especially mathematically trained, engineering trained, statistically trained. And again, you guys can do a wonderful job helping the world at large in terms of analytics. Now, in terms of business model, so the first triangle was about business model. This company was, this is a very low end of the business, which is providing security guards. So essentially, instead of having 40 security guards per building, they said that, look, I'm going to provide you an IPV camera and I'm going to collect all the data points for 10 buildings. And there is a video analytics engine which is running. The minute there is an intruder, I will know. And instead of having 400 guards, I'll have 20 guards who are young, energetic, ready to pound. And this is a great business to be in. This is a change of business model from being a physical brick and mortar company to a click and mortar company. This is amazing. Same thing with Bobby Parker. If you have time, just go Google this place. It's a $1 billion company today. They've completely changed customer experience. Normally selling your glasses and they change the customer experience. I would want you to sort of go look at it. And retail car distribution, again, a lot of people are really worried that, tomorrow Audi could come and sell their cars in Lazada. Audi or Mercedes-Benz could be selling their cars in Amazon.com. So what's going to happen to all our retail outlets, swanky showrooms that we have? So need to think about it. Now, here are a few examples. If you see the business model as platform as a service, product as a service, directly connecting to customers. So it's amazing the kind of stuff that even large companies are doing in terms of, so we need to understand what is meant by brick and mortar, what is meant by click and mortar, and how do I use the platform business to drive incremental business, enhance customer satisfaction, and revenue is going to be as important. Now, clearly, if once you have a platform, this is what is going to happen. Marriott, 88 years, it took 88 years for them to build 697,000 rooms within 80 countries. And today, Airbnb was able to do, this is pre-COVID days. They were in 192 countries in 4 years' time with similar number of rooms. And that's the power of digital. And if you don't embrace digital, we could be in trouble. And now, the second triangle was about radically simplifying the business. And again, there are a number of examples. We can go on hours talking about radically simplifying, like number of SKUs for portfolio, procurement simplification, manufacturing simplification, packaging simplification, sales and marketing simplification. Uber, again, like how simple they are. The days of checking the checker is all kind of gone. The machine will take over to a great extent and they give you an answer. Apple Care is very simple. If you have a problem with Apple Care, you just go and say that, look, I've got a problem with your speaker. They're not going to check you. The only thing that they check is it within warranty? They give you a new unit and you go away. It's not as though they've got about 10 people checking whether what you say is right or wrong. They don't have 5 machines behind to check whether what he said is right or wrong. It's simple, radically simplified business. The third one is around digitization, the third block that I talked about. This is an airport. So the one thing is this, that here I am running an airport and I am going to London to see my son, let's say, right? And I am sitting in a plane. When DHL sends me a parcel from the US to Malaysia, I can track minute by minute. And here I am sitting in a plane. I don't even know whether the baggage is coming in my plane or not. And that's bad digitization. So can I go and create that piece? Now, if I look at the airports, for example, there are 18 or 19 points where you can go do digitization, which will enhance customer satisfaction. Their experience will be very different, pretty interesting in terms of what can be done. And now, same thing with smart cities. There's a bridge, a Penang bridge, which is so long in Malaysia. And if I have an IoT device in each one of those areas, instead of sending people to go and check whether it's right or wrong, the IoT device will ping you to say that, yeah, something is wrong with this. Can you go do it? So amazing amount of examples around what we can do with respect to smart city solutions. Now, most unsexy business. I want you to listen to this conversation, this video, if you don't mind. Just 1 minute, maybe. Okay, so this is about connected cow. When you have time, just go to Google and find out. Fundamentally, cows carry a Fitbit-like equipment in their neck, and you use it to see whether they are productive or otherwise. So even for most unsexy business, devices are being used to
Sorry.
enhance productivity.
Excuse me, Mr. Sari, we will time is up for the presentation. We'll take some questions now, right?
Okay, can. Now, if you can just give me 2 minutes, I will probably summarize. I've got a number of examples, but just.
So let me, I think best thing Mr. Chari is to do is to let me ask a fundamental question and you can answer that summarizing. Take
Okay,
5 minutes. Okay, here's the question. There were 5 questions being asked and all of them points to one thing. To apply any strategy, one has to have some definite. The whole issue with the COVID-19 is that it is not sure whether we are done or there has to be a second wave or a third wave or a fourth wave. Combined with that, you are suggesting that we should go for digital transformation. So your uncertainty is there, your digital transformation is there. How all this will play in a country like Sri Lanka or Malaysia or any other country in Asia?
Right. Now, today we are in a position to live by and large very similar. First and foremost is you will get a vaccine sooner or later. Like there is certain uncertainty, and there's no guarantee that there may not be another COVID 22, 21, or whatever it is. So we are so used to it as individuals. We are adaptable, we are resilient, we are innovative, we are social animals, and we will come out of this. And that's one of the reasons why we had this empirical evidence. Now, the faster we can recover, not by using the brick and mortar principles, but by using the click and mortar principle. And this is one of the reasons why I showed you an empirical evidence from a SoftBank presentation, which said clearly that today the recovery will be led by technology. And so as long as we have the right kind of technology, we should be in a position to recover. I'll tell you one example, so this is
Mr. Chari, may I interrupt? Some of your slides are overcrowding the screen, so people are saying that they are not very clear. So let me ask one last question. You have 1 minute more.
Yeah.
The uncertainty that we find that today, is it different from any other uncertainty in situations in business world in the past? Is there a difference?
Yes, there are differences, but fundamentally there are differences. One is one is a financial crisis, one is a medical crisis. There are differences. However, the fundamental remains the same, that there is a financial crisis, and how is the business community is going to come out of it? How is the government going to help to bring them out of this? The faster we bring it down, the better it is. And so, yes, there are differences, but fundamentally it is by and large the same in terms of recovery period. Whether I compare this with 9/11, whether I compare this with the 1929 crisis or the subprime crisis that you had in the US, they're all very similar. And that's one of the reasons why I shared them. $8 trillion, fundamentally everybody is giving subsidies, stimulation packages, they're all by and large the same. But the one advantage today is the technology, you have so much of technology that's available that can help you to move from one to the other much faster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chari, for your lovely presentation. Right, there were a lot of details actually. So some of the audiences couldn't see them properly because of the slides were crowded in the screen. But nevertheless, your speech was eloquent and very clear. So thank you very much for participating with us in the first speaker of the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Chari. Ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the second presentation. Let me give you an introduction to that. This presentation is from one of the foremost policymakers in our national education. Sri Lanka's national education is a foremost policymaker. I welcome him because I have worked with him for some time, for a short period of time. I know this gentleman before I introduce you. So he's an educational policymaker with a future in mind and a marketing of ideas backed by empirical evidences. That's what I have. This is my personal thoughts about our next speaker. Someone who talks about educational policy with the future in mind. He's a guy who thinks outside the box, and he's a great marketer of his ideas. He's none other than Director General of National Institute of Education in Sri Lanka. He have a list of education qualifications and achievements, but he's a well-known person in this country. So without further ado, I would like to give him the full time that he has, which is 20 minutes for the presentation. And then, of course, he should have more time to elaborate his points. So let me introduce you Dr. Sunil Jayanta Navaratna, who is the Director General of National Institute of Education.
Hi.
Dr. Hi, Sunil. How are you, Dr. Navaratna?
Hi,
So please take
Ivan,
over.
Mr. Manamperi.
Ivan.
Thank you very much. Ivan, Vanakkam, Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Thanks so much for giving me this opportunity. And by using my slides, I will use this presentation. As you can see, I have to go back. Can I move? Something wrong with my PowerPoint. Okay, let me go back. And I think after the COVID-19, we had a bigger chance to think again, think differently and think creatively. In that sense, we want to bounce back with internet and e-learning, and we have to think differently how to change the education. So I would like to use this great opportunity to explain how are you going to use education for our national development. Excellency President also thinking about the future vision, national development, and he is very keen on transforming education. So transforming education, transform Sri Lanka is my tagline. So if you want to transform Sri Lanka and if you want to achieve national development, transform education is the key. So vision for Sri Lanka to be the developed and peaceful nation with $20,000 or more per capita income, but by 2035. At least we should plan and we should target to be a developed nation by 2035 with 12,000 per capita income of dollars. Why 12,000? That is the World Bank definition of being a developed nation. Now you know how much is our per capita. Our per capita income today is $4,000. So it took 70 years to come to this level. After 1950 to 2020, it's 70 years. So achieve 12,000, it might take another 140 years if we go like this. But if the government can get together with the private sector, public sector, people sector, and also the political sector, I call 4 Ps, definitely we can achieve our developed nation status by 2032, even before 3 years of 2035. But one condition, that is, we have to achieve 10% growth rate. 10% is not an easy task, but definitely not impossible if you work hard with all Ps, 4 Ps together, as I explained. You can see the real GDP growth during the last 11 years. See, 2009, while we were having war, it was 3.5, but later, just after the war, 2010, 8, 8.4, like 9.1. So if you plan properly and give incentives and all the strategies are aligned towards this, definitely 10% growth is not impossible. Therefore, becoming a developed nation within next 30 to 15 years is not a dream and a reality. But as you all can see, we should work together. In other case, private sector is the engine, but public sector should work as the gearbox. So gearbox should support the engine. We have a very small engine like motorcycle engine, but we have a huge gearbox. It doesn't support. People should work as the wheels, people sector. So wheels are not aligned with the development, and political sector should work as the visionary and driver. And I think all four P's should work. Now you can see the Western province focus development in our country. It's around 42%. All other provinces produce around 10 to 5-6%. So what we have to do is we have to reduce this regional disparity by growing the regional areas, regional districts and regional provinces. For that, private sector has a bigger role to play, and public sector should give fullest cooperation and support to the private sector. I think it's a must. And also, political sector should give the leadership, and people sector should take that advantage. So, Minister of Education, he has the Human Capital Development Ministry, develop and retrain human resources and capital. Actually, to support this development, we have to retrain and develop the human capital, because our people's mindset, even the business people, the normal politicians and public sector and the private sector should rethink and retrain our human capital to support this development. That is also very important. So I will show you the examples. In 1950, 89, our per capita was $89. Japan was 90, and at that time, Singapore was a part of Malaysia. It was $30. Actually, Malaysia is the country was there, and Singapore created in 1965. Now you can see in 2004, our per capita income was 1,051, and now 4,000. Japan from 90 to 48,000, it has increased, and Singapore 64,000, and Malaysia 12,000. As Mr. Chari was explained, Malaysia is one of the good countries to get examples. So now, why don't Sri Lanka work toward this 12,000 at least next 15 to 20 years? So see the exchange rates, and also our exchange rates are deteriorated. As a country, we should think like Japan. Japan think based on KKKB. First K is country, and second K is Kaisha, or the Kuni. Kuni is the country, Kaisha is the organization, and Kasoku is the family. In Japan, they think Boku at last. Boku means love, self. So how about our country? In Sri Lanka, self or the Boku first, then family, sometimes the organization, lastly country. So we have to change this paradigm to other way through our education. As results, so you can see our the environment is changing from 1970 to 2010, the other way, around. But unfortunately, our education system has not changed much. So education should match with the environmental changes, and the corporations, companies, public sector also should match with the environmental changes. So that is called strategic approach. In other words, we have to have effectiveness and efficiency. Effectiveness means doing the right thing. So we have to do the right thing. At the same time, we can do wrong thing. On the other way, efficiency. Efficiency means do the things right. We have to do the right thing right way. So we can do the right way and wrong way. So our final challenge is to play the right thing in right way. At the same time, we can do wrong thing in right way, or right thing in wrong way, and wrong thing in wrong way. So why Sri Lanka has less development? I think we are not doing the right thing in right way. So maybe we are doing the wrong thing in right way. Maybe we have to get the things right, then we can play in the first stage. Then on the other way, if you are doing the right thing wrong way, we can get the way corrected and come to the first stage. Or on the other way, if you are doing the wrong thing in wrong way, we have to get corrected both. So that is a fundamental theory I want to explain, because now maybe we are doing the right thing in right way. It will around 25% normally when I ask the question. That means 75% people or the public sector and private sector are doing on the other way. So let's try to think on this way. Then I'm going to explain what is fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution is first industrial revolution based on 700 years around, and it's steam engine and mechanization of the factories. Then in 1800s years or after, electricity was found, the second industrial revolution was started. Then in 1900s, 90s, computing started, and the third industrial revolution started. Now we are heading towards, or today, in connectivity, and all these things are working together. So we are in the fourth industrial revolution, but our education may be still matching with the first industrial revolution or second industrial revolution. That is the problem. So if you want to match with the first industrial, third industrial, fourth industrial revolution, so thinking skills, digital skills, and personal skills has to be updated. So that is a must. So personal skills like communication, teamwork, professionalism, motivation, management, integrity, reliability, adaptability, all these things has to be trained or adapted by the personal skills for the person. A person who is going to the job market, even the companies are asking for this. Even your present employees should improve those qualities. So you can use the friends and families, K-12 or K-12 education. Things can be used to update them. Then the thinking skills, also very important, like creativity, problem solving, critical thinking, collaboration, all these thinking skills are must. So schools should be helped to improve this with the companies and all. On the other way, digital skills also, using how to use internet, email, all these things are must, even Zoom. So now after COVID, we are using Zoom and Teams very much, so as new tools to communicate. And in fourth industrial revolution, big data is playing a big role, and artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and robotics, 3D printing, augmented reality, and driverless vehicles, drones, all these things will come into the scene. So we have to get ready for those. At the same time, as Mr. Charis explained, we have to cut the cost down. Cost cutting also very important, and working from home and using internet and all these things matters a lot. Therefore, 21st century competencies and skills can be defined in various using keywords: outcome-based education, deeper learning, 21st century skills, global competencies, college and career readiness, employability skills, student-centered learning, next generation learnings, new basic skills, higher order thinking, authentic learning, phenomenon-based learning, technical, human, and perceptual skills, blended learning versus and virtual learning. All these are matters a lot. So therefore, today we are focusing on blended and virtual learning, but to match with the 21st century, all these other things also matters a lot. So 21st century learning has been defined by the Partnership for 21st Century Skills. The Partnership for 21st Century Skills has defined that develop unified framework for 21st century. Learning and education support system can prepare young people for a global competencies. You can see the life and career skills. In addition, on top of the key subject knowledge, we call 3R, reading, writing, and arithmetic. On the top of that, we have to have life and career skills, learning and innovative skills, as I explained, 4 C's: creative thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity, and the other aspects of the 21st century. So now you can see 21st century skills, in other words, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, and there are altogether 12 skills: information literacy, media literacy, technology literacy, flexibility, leadership, innovativeness, productivity, social skills. So if you want to produce a good human capital, good human resources in your company, all these skills are very important to be developed. Therefore, our curriculum has to be redesigned to support this core and co-curriculum, CORE, core plus CO curriculum, that is core. In other words, on your left, you can see the 21st century skills. Then core subjects are STEAM subjects called science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Then to improve the literacy skills for information, media, technology, literacy, and life skills, flexibility, leadership, innovativeness, and productivity. On top of that, as core curricula, we have to include in our curriculum sports, association, social activities, curating, scouting. In future, under the leadership of present Education Minister, Mr. Dalasala Peruma, we are going to include all these things into our curriculum to get the 360 well-trained person to be produced in the education system. On the other hand, you can see interdisciplinary knowledge and the skills also very important. So new learning paradigm equation. So now we can develop a new learning paradigm equation like JR21CS equal, it's a function of PCS plus TLIS, CLS, and DLS. What do you mean? JR21CS is a job readiness with 21st century skills. That which one I explained. Then PCS, traditional core skills, reading, writing, and arithmetic. Then LIS, learning and innovation skills, critical thinking, problem solving, etc. And CLS, career and life skills, flexibility, adaptability, initiativeness, teamwork, and leadership, etc. Then finally, DLS, digital literacy skills, technological proficiency, digital fluency, computing, media, and information literacy. So if a person don't have all these areas covered, he cannot be defined as a total person. I call full option graduate. So those days, basic skills, knowledge was enough to become a human resource. Today, we have to produce this total human capital with all these traditional core subjects plus learning and innovation skills, career and life skills, and digital literacy skills, etc. So, in other words, market is asking for KSAM graduates. What do you mean KSAM employees? KSAM graduates. Knowledge is stand for K, that is the theoretical and practical. Most of our students are good in theoretical knowledge, but not good in practical knowledge. Therefore, it is very important to cover practical aspects also. The skills are technical, human, conceptual skills, or the creativity, critical thinking, all these skills are covered. And plus the other skills I explained in the earlier slide. Then the affectives. Affectives is the soft skills like attitudes, values, professionalism, relationships, and vision for life. In other words, his character and citizenship. The other word, so this KSA was they are known, and we develop a new model called KSA model, that is adding the mindset, how they pursue the world. They have to upgrade their knowledge, skills, and affectives with the changing environment through lifelong learning. In other words, he has to update his mindset and paradigms. If most of the people are not updating their mindset and paradigm, they become obsolete and they do the wrong thing believing it is correct. As I explained you, the effectiveness and mindset has a direct link. So mindset, if it is older, outdated, this effectiveness also becoming low. So therefore, mindset update, continuously upgrade and updating mindset is a must. This model was developed by us in 2013. So today market is asking for KSAM graduate, but some organizations and some education institutes are producing only half K graduates, that is theory only. So that is the gap we have to fill this. In other words, all the person is the key. So your motives, your self-control, your moods, your emotions, your self-efficiency, your self-realization, your values, all these things are around with the person. So we have to develop this whole person to match with the market. In other words, if I use that KSAM graduate model after A-level, O-level, and the university, we have to develop theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge, that skills and the affectives, plus the mindset and paradigm. So if a person is having all these elements, we can call him a full option graduate. In other words, this is like a clock. If you see the clock phase, 12 to 3, 3 to 6, and 6 to 9. So normally theoretical knowledge covers only 90 degrees, that is 9 to 12 area. But out of 360, 90%, 90 degrees is not enough. To O-level, A-level, we see the theoretical knowledge only. So practical knowledge is missing. So we have to add balance 90% or 90 degree by giving them a good practical knowledge. For example, a lot of people are having computer driving license or computer diplomas, but they cannot operate the computer. Sometimes they have the driving license, but they cannot drive. So practical knowledge is very much. Then skills, then affectives, as I explained, then the mindset. So this market is asking for a whole person. For that, we have to target from KSAM graduate. For that, we have to change the curriculum and redesign the curriculum to produce that KSAM graduate. For that, we have to change the teaching and learning methods and also the assessment system. So if you don't change all these things, we are producing unmatching person. Or if you are a graduate or the student, if you just know only theory, you are not matching with the market. That is very important. And not only that, but also you have to continuously improve your KSAM match with the system, because environment is changing very fast. Normally, those days it was 100 years. Now it is every 18 months time the world is changing due to rapid technological changes. Therefore, present education system produce on the left hand side person theoretical, negative, reactive, self-centered, and dependent syndrome based person. But today we are asking a future, or the present market is asking for practical, positive, proactive. Yes.
It's time to start your presentation, so we will take some questions. You can wrap it up. I give you 30 seconds. Or
yes.
So.
Okay. So for that, we have to develop this model like this. So Singapore and all, they are changing their values and all the things based on that. So virtual education is the answer one way. When the schools are closed, companies are closed, you can train your people by using virtual education. using internet and other facilities. So blended learning also is coming into the scene. So anywhere, any time, access learning is important. So internet, by using internet, virtual learning strategies can be introduced: Skype, Zoom, Teams, Viber, WhatsApp, etc., etc. By using internet, Moodle, and company training like by using internet. Then most of the state and non-state universities were using the internet to educate their students. If you can go to this UGC website, you can see how they have used. Then television by NIE with the Education Ministry, we use Guru Gatra television channel. Even now, we are telecasting 15 hours a day. Then Nanasala and Learn TV also doing the same thing. So if the student miss that lessons, they can go to channel NIE and learn all these 1,000 programs which we have telecasted up to now. So that's then I would like to finalize my presentation with now there's a DP education website. Out of 5,000 world-class courses, you can do 1,200 courses free of charge. You can go to dpuni.org website and you can see how many courses you can do. So if you have internet facility and if you know the keyword, you can do this all free online courses now. Don't worry to go to these things. So these online courses are available. So therefore, education is changing. So finally, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Then,
Dr. Navratna, I will ask a summing up question from you.
Yes,
I'll compile everything together. I have
Yes.
so many questions to ask myself, but I'm not going to do that. So
Yeah.
I'm going to read a question that has been asked. This sums up everything. Your topic was virtual education. Your last few slides came to the main topic, and you said that we have to use a lot of virtual technology, digital technology to do the job, get the job done. All this knowledge, technical skills, people skills, and so on and so forth. The body of knowledge that you presented was vast, but well known in the community. Now here's the question. I'll read it because this sums up the challenge. In Sri Lanka, present student generation is belonging to E generation, but 90% of the teachers are belonging to X generation or baby boomers who are not techno savvy. Then there will be a generation gap which will create a problem of meeting the today's expectations. Do you think we need to have a solution for this too? Because the issue is twofold. One, is the technology available to do the transformation? Two, are the people from the past, like you and I and everybody else, are they ready for the job? You got 5 minutes, sir.
yes, actually, that's why I started to produce the 21st century oriented student through the education. We have to have a 21st century oriented education system and the teachers and the administrators and the technology. So that is what we are planning these days. Actually, ADB is supporting us to implement a project for that with the support of 400 million US dollars. And by using that, with the support of World Bank and other government funds, we want to upgrade the teachers' knowledge on technology. So without that, so these days, I am training my whole staff in the NIE on this technology. At the same time, we are training our whole teachers, around 250,000, towards this end. So, and also we are planning to give Pure TV and all the other dialogue TV and all to the schools with the support of those companies. And also government is investing heavily to support the teacher training and the teacher's mindset and to make them technological savvy. Not only that, but also the education ministry, policymakers, and directors, regional directors, and also the principals of the system has to be revamped and retrained towards this technological savviness. But I'm happy to say now we are conducting all our exams, applications online. Even for the grade 5, the examination commissioner general has collected all the information application through online. That means we are not that much lagging behind. Our teachers are using Viber, WhatsApp, all this Zoom to teach our students. So therefore, it's not the teachers, but our system is outdated. So we have to upgrade and update the system and their mindset, because they should know what kind of 21st century student needed to support this 21st century requirements. So
Thank you,
that's,
Doctor. Sorry.
yeah,
No, thank
we
you.
have
for
understood very
summarizing.
well.
Yes.
So based on this, we are introducing all these changes, and we are developing new curriculum, teaching learning methods, and teachers and teacher schools, and also the assessment. So we will not assess only on the papers or the theoretical knowledge. We will assess their all case SAMs, theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge, affectives, and the skills and the mindsets.
So you and I are going to wrap this up in 1 minute, Dr. Navaratna. So I'll give you the punchline. So essentially what you are saying, what you said is there has to be a technological infrastructure development in the country rapidly for the digital learning. And also the mindset of the teachers has to change because the students are ready. I hope just take this thought home, because I don't expect an answer from you. One, when we go to technology, it can immediately stop. You know, today we had an issue in this room. Suddenly the IT internet was not working. So that's one challenge that we will have when you go for technology. So that's something to think about. I'm not expecting an answer from you. And the second thing is what you presented. You showed us how the country has moved so slowly in terms of GDP growth, so slowly. So the rapid speeding up the process is also important, sir. I thank you very much for presenting some lovely thoughts. And it's a pleasure to see you again on screen. We haven't met each other. Everyone, thank you.
Thank you.
For the audience, there was a question asked. Thank you very much, Dr. Navaratna, once more time. Audience were asking questions about whether the sessions material will be available. Yes, it will be available in the due course. All the people who registered will get the information in CD as well as in booklet form, because your information is available. So it will come in the due course. So don't worry about the presentation slides and various things that people have been requesting, because we do understand they were so detailed, but very so with that, let me move on to the third presenter of the day. After this presentation, the third one, we will be taking a break. Now the third presenter is our speaker has more than 4 decades of academic and research excellence in the field of agriculture and services to the motherland, and a presidential awardee. He's one of the foremost researchers in the field of agriculture. You know, one thing that we learned during the COVID-19 debacle, rather crisis, is that how much ultimately the basic things like food and water becomes important. So this gentleman has 4 decades of experience or more in doing research work. He has academic qualifications all the way to the top to the PhD on genetics and plant breeding from North Dakota State University, USA, 1989. He's an alumni of University of Peradeniya and has a master's degree from Japan. So he has been to the East and the West and the local. So he has the education right. He has been employed from 1969 to 2000 as a rice breeder, a deputy director, Rice Research and Development Institute, Batalagoda. From 2000 to 2003, affiliate scientist, rice breeding again, International Rice Research Institute in Philippines. 2004 to 2012, technical advisor, JICA. I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Tsukuba International Center, Japan. He has won some excellent award at national level. He's a 1982, His Excellency the President's Award for Rice Breeding, 1980 award for FA Award for Contribution to Agriculture, 1996 Council for Agriculture Research Policy CARP Award for the development of the most popular rice variety BG300. We all know about that. Then in 2004 CARP Award for Best Rice Breeder, a shared shared award with two other research experts. In 2014, President's Award for the Best Rice Breeder. 2017, recipient Best Plant Breeder Award for the Diamond Jubilee of the University of Peradeniya. 2018, Best Agriculture Scientist Award. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a pioneer in this field. He is none other than Dr. MP Dhanapala, former Director, Rice Research Development, Department of Agriculture, Matalegoda. Dr. Dhanapala, welcome and thank you for being here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the nice introduction. And this is the place where I worked my entire life in the Department of Agriculture. This is Central Rice Breeding Station, Badalakot. And you can see my title. Rational look at the genetic improvement of rice in Sri Lanka. This is important. And I have to summarize a period of more than a century rice breeding work in Sri Lanka within 20 minutes, which is a difficult. I know, whichever the way I do my presentation, it will be an incomplete presentation. Why this topic is important? There is serious misunderstanding of facts about genetic improvement of rice. To say a few of them, they say the rice varieties, modern rice varieties that we are cultivating today are genetically modified, but they are not. You need an example of genetic modification. The best example I can give you is human. The human insulin, which is being administered to your system to regulate your sugar level. Then the next thing is that we are feeding the general public muscles also, which is again not true. None of the rice varieties we developed can synthesize muscles unless you put that into soil or apply to the plant. And people think the modern rice varieties cannot be cultivated without insecticides, herbicides, or fertilizer. But you can do that. And still, they will yield better than the traditional variety. That will understand. Because we have used the scientific approach to address the food security, which you will see in my presentation. And my presentation is not based on gossip, but based on recorded facts in the Journal of Tropical Agriculture. That is the Journal of the Agriculture Society, which is much older than the Department of Agriculture. Now, in the ancient period, people speculate rice production has been prosperous, and we have been exporting rice. But if anybody can produce the evidence, the records, the cultural practices, and the methodology and the technology to the Department of Agriculture, to the Rice Research and Development Institute, they will test it and they will recommend it to the farmer. But just telling the people what is coming down the generation as gossip or tales is not correct to sort of damage the reputation earned by the modern rice varieties among the farmers. Now, if you go through the indigenous rice varieties, I would say in 1902, there were only 300 indigenous rice varieties. Displayed by Mugavela Disa in the Agri-Horticultural and Industrial Exhibition. And this is the report. And what you get below, what you get below here is only 150 types, which has gone down to 150 in the event of 20 years.
Dr. Dhanapala.
Yep.
May I interrupt you? When you speak like that, it's better clear, sir. If you move back, people can't hear you clearly. When
You can see me?
No, not see me. We can see you. We can see you. When you speak closer to the computer, it's better.
Closer to the computer, it's better.
Yeah, that's better now. It's better now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. This 300 become 150. That is the real collection, right? If I say 300 is the number of varieties that we had in Sri Lanka, I may be correct and nobody can argue because nobody has found anything more than 300. But later, this person, Molagoda, got the possession of these 300 varieties. And he was losing some varieties, but he couldn't replace them because they were missing. So everything was handled by a farmer. Maintenance, naming, everything by farmer. So because of that, you had a lot of duplications. Then impurities, different types. That's why we have put types here. They can be called land races, not very pure. Then impurities there. Then in 1924, he had collected names of the varieties within Sri Lanka. He was able to get only 560 names. And among those names, you get introduced varieties also. Then in 1944, 42 hill paddy varieties were identified and named by Duncan J. Zolza. So those were the varieties we had and nothing more. Then the genetic improvement by selection was done by the Department of Agriculture, although Department of Agriculture was established in 1912 after the Ceylon Agriculture Society. Anyway, the first person who did some work on rice improvement is Dr. Long. They are Britishers. And this variety, Hathir, is a 7-month variety. So you get in the literature, most of the people do not know what literature is in rice. This is the first variety, and the variety is taking 7 months. Just like a cassava plantation. You have to wait for 7 months to eat. In 1920s, they initiated purifying popular land races or types or whatever you call it because of the mixtures. And this was done by the systematic botanists of the Department of Agriculture. They were all Britishers. Then later, followed by Graham Vikramasekara, a Sri Lankan paddy officer. You know what has happened at the beginning? They started this at Peradeniya and at Anuradhapura, it's Mahinda. And they have isolated some plants. And rice being a self-pollinated crop, once you identify a plant, that will start breeding prototype. The plants they have identified, you can purify them. The problem was they didn't have the adaptation or the stability, and they did not grow well in the other regions. What is being selected that Mahalupallam didn't do well at Peradeni, vice versa. And because of that, they have to start. Now, most of people do not know this. By growing in one place, they think that you can cover the whole country with the same. But we have to remember that we are having 24 agro-ecological regions in Sri Lanka. And you may not be successful selecting and one location. So they had to do that for selection, testing, demonstration, production, and distribution. Now, pure line selection continued until late 1940s. And they have identified pure lines and did purity maintenance and multiplication and recommendation for cultivation. The most important thing is that we lost biodiversity significantly. The varieties were mixtures, as I said, were land races. So if there had been any changes in the environment, they had the potential to adjust to those changes. And they can get adjusted. And you call it, that's an English term, but I forgot anyway. Now, the 21 varieties we have identified. We had 5 to 6 months varieties, 4.5 months varieties, and 3.5 short duration varieties. The most popular group is 4 to 4.5 months varieties. Now we have to remember, we had only 2 varieties which are white rices. Others all red pericarp varieties. But we have to be very careful because there was a specific ID number given for each variety. For example, Podivi A8, Kudulutudu B30. Now people cultivate Kudulutudu right now, which are red rices, but it's white. And it is photosensitive, 5 to 6 months. Only can be cultivated only during March season. So this was the situation after pure line selection. Now, this is the place I want to spend a little bit of time. You can see the extent of land, then the production in bushels. 1 bushel is 20.5 kilograms. So productivity bushels per acre. This is the column I have calculated. All the others coming from Census and Statistics Department during that time. So these are the yields. You can keep this longer. You want to realize the real potential because this is across the island in all agrological regions, not in one region. So 13.17 bushels per acre, if you divide this by 20, you will get tons per hectare. So this was the situation. The next most important thing is this. The local people produce only 1/3 of the requirement. 2/3 of the requirement is imported. If you can remember bill chart and white rice, you call it Sudu, Kakulu, you will remember that period. If you can recollect the Russian book, you will remember that period, because this 2/3 is given some ration per week, 2 measures, and which is more important than your birth certificate. You have to surrender that if you have to go into your ration. Now my point is, if you get corona appearing during this era, where will we be? Death is not due to corona, but due to hunger. So that is, I want to say. Then, what do you think if you are in a situation like that? Crossbreeding. Crossbreeding really started in 1950 at Mahinda, but they didn't have water to cultivate 2 seasons. So the program, the whole thing brought to Battlecoda in 1952. That's how Battlecoda was established as the central rice milling station. The first person was Dr. Veeraratna. What we did was to put together all the important desirable characters into one variety. And we were able to release some varieties. Now this is the first variety, H4. And this is the last variety. Didn't have time even to give a H number. And this was recommended for Manavari cultivation in Jaffna. All these were red rices except H8, H9 and H7. H9 is the only variety developed in 5 to 6 months age. And at this time also, the most important age group was 4 to 4.5 months. So you can see H4 occupied more than 60%. And nobody knew about DNA structure or genetic modification during that time, because DNA structure appeared after 1953. So we had no idea. And I am the only person survived right now who involved in this improvement. So he admitted that biodiversity further reduced. So we lost something called homeostasis. That is the word I forget. That is the buffering action of varieties to the environmental changes. Then started the era of new improved varieties. Now, new improved varieties followed the ideology of Norman Borlaug, and this is where people started blaming rice breeders, because we knew tallness and lodging susceptibility are the 2 disadvantages. Then the difference between catabolic and anabolic reactions, photosynthesis and respiration. We want to widen that so that we can retain most of the produced foods, photosynthesis for grain production. And we had to improve varieties to produce more grain and less straw. And we have to add fertilizer to feed the people to get more grains rather than promoting vegetative growth. So we did those changes and change the plant type and improve the lodging resistance. And we were able to gradually meet the level of self-sufficiency. Now, if you look at it, this is not by forcing the farmers to do cultivation. This is something that you call appropriate technology. If you develop the correct thing, ideal thing for the farmer, they will come round and grab it. We don't have to sell our technology. This is what has happened. Now, what is happening right now? You are trying to sell obsolete technology given up by the farmers. If they are willing, they can go ahead and cultivate traditional varieties. But they will not. They will go for these varieties because there's a big yield increment, which I will show you in the next slide. Now look at this. This 1940s and 2010, average yield tons per hectare 0.65, 4.21. Now we are talking of productivity. Yield per hectare or yield per unit area, and there had been more than 6-fold increase. Look at the population, more than 3-fold increase. Still we can feed the population. Land increment is around 2-fold. So still we can feed the population with the varieties that we have developed. Then the problem came with pest and disease resistance. We have 4 problems, pest, insect pest, brown plant hopper, gold midge, bacterial leaf blight, and blast. It's not seen here. Anyway, blast. So this is a must, and we have to have this resistance to this, right? Our problem is, now people say they are susceptible to pest and diseases, and you have to use insecticides, without which you can't produce good yield. What is lacking is seasonal cultivation. If you everybody start the cultivation with rainfall, and you keep a gap between 2 seasons. The problem right now is overlapping crops. You can control pests. Then we need regular monitoring. Then we need IPM, integrated pest management. Now the department is advocating all that. But it's not happening. It's not the fault of the breeder or a new improved rice varieties. They are not susceptible. None of the traditional varieties are resistant to any of these conditions. But to feed the people, feed the nation, you have to do that. If you were there, you will do the same. You will take the same decision to change the plant type structure and improve the photosynthetic efficiency of the varieties. Now, grain quality, you say, we don't have good grain quality. Basmati, jasmine rice of Thailand, they are traditional varieties with grain quality. We have something like Sundur Sampa. Then IR64 and Koshikar in Japan, they are crossbred varieties in different countries. So we have BG360 in Sri Lanka. But in the past, rice quantity was more important than quality. Then if you want to improve the quality rices, the only option is mutation breeding. Then glycemic index. You talk about without conclusive experimental. Here is a variable respective to traditional or crossbred varieties. And one option, you can give parboiled whole grain rice for healthy people, for healthy life. If communicable diseases is a problem, then recommend that. But if all the varieties are low GI, it's digestible, then what is your situation? Then future genetic improvement, you need strategies like mutation breeding if you want to keep the quality of the traditional varieties as it is. You can't put genes here and there and you can do that. Then the other one is unical mat contact of varieties. We are direct seeding. So we have to have main panicle and strong panicle. Strong panicles and main panicle, heavy panicles for direct seeding. So that is the other step. Then we have to think of hybrid rice. People have been complaining that we are developing hybrid rice. We are not developing. Yeah, I'm finished. This is my last slide.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is my last slide, what we have to do. And we have developed areas with packages and biotic stressors and promoting farmer group approach and implementing real-time information system and implementing monitoring mechanism, because you don't have to complain that rice is not here and it's in the miller or something like that. So thank you very much.
Dr. Dhanapala, you and I are going to. Are you finished with your last statement?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you very short, specific questions based on the questions that have been asked. Please give me short answers. Of course, some are loaded questions. I'm not going to ask them. The question that I'm going to ask, first question is the country now self-sufficient in rice? Yes or no?
I would say yes.
Thank you. That's what I saw on your table. Less than 1% rice imports right now. Second question is that the quality of rice that we get, the grain quality and etc. Are we in a position as a country to fulfill our country's demands in those terms of quality of the rice? Yes or no?
Now, what do you mean by quality?
No, as you
it
were
all depends. Now, parboiled rice or raw milk rice, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
The quality depends on the person, right? Some people like red rice very cup, some people like white very cup, some people like parboiled, some people like this one. So if you say Sudursam is quality, only few people can eat that. Not all the people can eat that, can't afford to eat that. So these are the problems. So if you can give me a specific now.
No, I think right. I got the answer, doctor. I think that you basically gave an answer. It depends on the needs of the society, and accordingly, that we'll have to produce.
It varies. Yeah.
Right, it varies. Now the next question. This is where I'm saving time. Long questions are being asked. Unfortunately, reading the questions will not be possible. So what I'm going to do is I'll combine few questions that have been asked together. Now there is a question about genetically modified rice in the country.
Yeah.
Now, it is my layman's understanding that genetic modifications can be done naturally as well as artificially. Can you please take 1 minute to elaborate on that?
Okay, you can bring an alien gene into the system, but it has to be done artificially. And we don't have a single variety genetically modified in our modern rice.
So if you kindly take us, you move a little bit back, things will be a lot clearer to us, the voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So repeat that answer, sir, if it didn't come out clearly.
What?
Okay, could you kindly repeat that answer again? Your answer.
We don't have a single genetically modified variety. Genetic modification is you introduce an alien gene into the system. We have done all our breeding work following Mendelian and quantitative inheritance principles. And not a single alien gene was introduced. We have done all the work within the genome of rice varieties.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, the people were given seeds recently after the COVID-19 pandemic. We were given free seeds and to grow things. Now, not only them, but even the country. What about the storing of the food that have been produced? Do we have a good system to store and deliver?
But the sowing of what?
Any food item that we make in the country. How is the storage situation in the country? How storage situation in the country, like food that have been produced during a season, can they be stored and later distributed properly without wasting?
Storing, you mean?
Yes,
Okay.
storage.
Keeping in storage.
That's correct.
You can rice less than 14% moisture. You can do storage. But in other countries like in Japan, you store brown rice 25 degrees. Brown rice means, you just hull the rice or without polishing, just store it at 25 degrees. So you can do storage without any problem. But only problem is the moisture percentage state should be less than 40%. Okay. Did I answer your question? I'm not sure.
You did answer. You gave a good qualified answer. But the question is, do we in Sri Lanka things are in order? Can we store our rice that we produce any kind in the proper order and distribute later?
Yes, you can do that.
We have
14%, less than 14% moisture. If you can try that, you can store it. You can
so
eat that.
we do not waste rice produced unnecessarily. Is that right?
We do not what?
So are we in a position as a country to save all the rice that we produce without getting damaged?
Yes, that's what I am saying.
Thank
so
you.
You have to be storage in the dry zone, and moisture content of the grain should be less than 14%. I mean,
right,
1/4. Right.
Thank you, Doctor.
So that you can begin.
Thank you. Then there's a very short question, but I think it's a loaded one. So you may take 1 minute to answer this question. Do we have a national food security model? This is a very important question. Do we have a national food security model?
I'm sorry, I can't answer because I haven't.
Thank you. That's okay. Right.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, let me ask another question.
Okay, sure.
There was a question like this. Hang on a second. The next question is about let me read it.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Dhanapal, you mentioned about no yield due to lack of water. Just a suggestion, can rainwater harvesting help this situation?
Well, not in rice, because rice you need at least more than 5 acre-feet of water, right? So rain harvest, it may be impossible to irrigate rice fields. But only thing is, you can do your cultivation with the onset of the season.
All right.
There are varieties. Yeah, there are varieties of different age categories. So you can accommodate the correct variety in the correct environment. That you can do.
Okay. Now here's one that you might want to take up. This is a little bit of a hot topic. Let me read it. With various plant parasitic threats in the rice cultivation in Sri Lanka, can we think of organic paddy cultivation in the country without using at least low toxic synthetic parasiticides? What is your clear opinion on about?
Well, that's what I said. If you have a gap between two crops without overlapping crops, this problem will not arise. As I said, none of these traditional varieties are resistant to any of those parasites. The crops are overlapping. The diseases can go from one crop to the other, one crop to the other, continuously. So the most important thing is to have gap between two seasons so that there won't be parasites going from one crop to the other.
Thank you.
So this is a problem of irrigation, right? If you control irrigation and ask the farmers to do their cultivation with the rainfall and use irrigation water as sort of supplementary source of irrigation, then this problem can be solved.
Thank you, Doctor. One last question for you.
Sure.
It's from our chairman of the Agriculture Committee in OPA. A keynote address made by Professor Atta-Ur-Rahman that was yesterday, mentioned about golden rice fortified with provitamin A. What is it? Can you explain more details with reference to Sri Lankan context? So
That's from my
that's
point
your
of
last
view.
question, sir, for the day.
I was in ERI and people have been doing this transformation, genetic transformation there, genetically modified. And I would have done that for our varieties. But if you can do something with carrot, piece of carrot, right? Why do you need the genetically modified variety? The fancy things to my mind. So as a researcher of rice, I would not agree that we should have golden rice when you can do that with carrot.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to listen to you for me personally as well. A lot of research work, a lot of background, a lot of history on your part. Thank you very much for all the presenters, 3 presenters, including you, the 2 others, Dr. Navaratna and Mr. Chari. OPA thanks all 3 of you taking the time to do these Zoom lectures in a difficult time for the country. We will go to a commercial break. Then we'll come back for the next 3 presentations. They are very exciting ones. Again, one more on education, one more on supply chain management, which is a key tool for us during the COVID-19. We need to really get that act together. So look forward to seeing you. Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-minute commercial break. Thank you.
West offers access to a thriving region poised for accelerated growth. Rising from the seas of Sri Lanka, Port City Colombo is a large-scale reclamation and city development project undertaken jointly by China Communications Construction Company, a Fortune 500 company, and the government of Sri Lanka. Spanning 269 hectares, Port City Colombo, when fully developed, will have a total gross floor area of more than 5.7 million square meters. A modern city where people can work, live, and play. The government of Sri Lanka is actively working on turning this into an international financial city. With new commercial legislation modeled after British laws, coupled with preferential tax, custom, immigration regulations, and other attractive policies, Port City Colombo will attract top multinational corporations and global talent. A state-of-the-art convention and exhibition center capable of hosting large-scale international events will position Port City Colombo as the new hub for business and MICE activities in the region. Port City Colombo will also be the pioneer of the smart city concept in Sri Lanka, where IT expertise using cloud computing and the latest cutting-edge technology creates a seamless living environment, making smart living, smart working, and smart estate management a reality. Port City Colombo has adopted the latest sustainable city concepts with emphasis on a people-friendly environment using the transit-oriented developments concept to minimize commuting, further enhances the project's sustainability. Port City Colombo will be the most livable city and desired travel destination in the South Asian region, with a 2-kilometer sandy beach, a water channel that flows through the middle of the city, a central park with lush greenery and park connectors traversing across its length and breadth, with the best of healthcare and education. Port City Colombo will be amongst the very best top international cities. World-class hospitality, integrated resort and theme park, a retail destination that is home to the best of international brands and local retailers, a luxury marina will make Port City Colombo a top tourist destination. Building a world-class city for South Asia. Port City, Colombo.
දුව දැන් දරුවෙක් ගැන හිතන්න කාලය හරි නේද?
ඊට කලින් මට ගයක් හදාගන්න ඕනේ අම්මේ. සඳමල් මගේ හිත වාට ඇදිලා ගියේ ඔයාගේ වැඩවලට ඔය තියෙන උනන්දුවයි උත්සාහවන්තකමයි නිසා. ඒත් දැන් මට ඒක කරදරයක් වෙලා.
ඇයි ඒ?
ඔයා දන්නවනේ මට තියෙන ලොකුම ආසාව.
දරුවෙක්?
ඒත් ඊට කලින්
යා මං හිතුවේ නිවාස ණයක් ගන්න එක මහා කරදරයක් කියලා. ඒත් NSB බැංකුවට ගියාම ඒක වෙනස් වුණා. මගේ වැඩ ටික ඉක්මනටම කරලා දුන්නා.
NSB නිවාස ණය නිවාස සිහිනය කඩිනමින් සැබෑ කර දීමට ඔබේ මුදලට සුරක්ෂිතම ස්ථානය ජාතික ඉදිරි කිරීමේ බැංකුව.
Our story is one of reimagining. Reimagining who you can be, what you can achieve, and how SEMA can support you. Founded in the UK in 1919 with the belief that an accountant's impact goes beyond the balance sheet, SEMA joined forces with the AICPA in the US to form the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Today, we serve members and students in 179 countries and territories. Contact SEMA Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, a journey awaits.
All I want is a trip to Europe to celebrate our silver jubilee.
We all have big dreams in life. Achieve them with the assurance of good returns on your investment. Make a long-term deposit at NSB, Sri Lanka's most secure bank. Dream big with NSB Prarthana for children and Prarthana Plus for adults. NSB Prarthana, your dreams realized.
One day, I must start a company of my own.
We all have big dreams in life. Achieve them with the assurance of good returns on your investment. Make a long-term deposit at NSB, Sri Lanka's most secure bank. Dream big with NSB Prarthana for children and Prarthana Plus for adults. NSB Prarthana, your dreams realized.
Our story is one of reimagining. Reimagining who you can be, what you can achieve, and how SEMA can support you. Founded in the UK in 1919, we believe that accountants' impact has been SEMA joined forces with the AICPA in the US to form the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Today, we serve members and students in 179 countries and territories. Contact SEMA Sri Lanka.
Sin
Since its inception, way back in the year 1974, the organization of the professional associations has been serving the professionals and nation alike with dedication and commitment. 1972 saw the establishment of the first Republic Constitution in Sri Lanka, replacing the Westminster Parliament system, and the formation of the National State Assembly, which is the legislature. The new constitution also paved the way for the abolishment of the second chamber of the parliament, the Senate, and as a result, at the time of origin, the OPA was to play a national role as a replacement to the Senate. The initiation of the OPA was also mooted with several professional bodies striving for the establishment of one common apex institution which would cater to the country's growing need of professional opinion. And this process was carried forward under the aegis of the Commonwealth Foundation based in the UK in order to have a joint voice in areas of economics and policy. Since then, the fledgling organization has grown to be a pulsating institution with immense potential to serve the nation at large. Owing to its diverse nature, today the OPA is recognized as a unique organization, and based on the reliable information, there could not be a similar organization globally. Even the officials of the Commonwealth Foundation who visited Sri Lanka were based at the progress the OPA has achieved during the decades of serving the nation profusely. For more than 4 decades, the OPA has been working with the ultimate vision of being the independent and vibrant apex body of professional associations of varied disciplines guided by high professional and ethical standards, providing leadership to and development of professions with acceptance of community as a body contributing to national development. Today, the OPA has come a long way and grown into a powerful civil organization consisting of an impressive list of member organizations currently standing at 48 with a total membership of approximately 50,000 professionals in various fields whose outreach could be extensive in numbers. The member organizations include and are spread across a vast number of sectors ranging from medical to legal, engineering to marketing, management, and the various other professional institutions. The OPA is recognized as one of the major organizations involved in conducting various programs in terms of seminars, workshops, lectures, etc. on national issues and any other important subject areas for both members and the general public. In this regard, a major 2-day conference is organized annually for broader participation of members and their respective associations on a timely subject with the participation of eminent resource persons as keynote speakers. The final outcome of this annual conference is forwarded to the government and relevant authorities for incorporation when making policy decisions. Years, OPA has achieved a plethora of milestones whilst upholding its utmost dignity and professional standards, and these milestones of a professional center for the benefit of professionals, enactment of the 17th Amendment to the Sri Lankan Constitution, a brainchild of the OPA, introduction of a healthcare insurance scheme for members extending up to 85 years of age with the collaboration of National Insurance Trust Fund, deliberations to the government on current issues faced by professionals and the general public with recommendations to relevant authorities for implementation, receiving of national honours by eminent professionals such as Desamandya, Vidya Jyoti and Vidya Nidhi on the recommendations of the OPA, appointment of some of the members to the independent commissions on the recommendations of the OPA, and more importantly, the OPA has been able to pursue the government to incorporate some of the budget budget proposals forwarded from time to time, which has largely benefited many professions and the general public in Sri Lanka. For the recreation of the members, the OPA also organizes a series of programs which include Sinhala Tamil New Year and Christmas celebrations, mobile dental clinics, benevolent activities to the Poson celebrations, six-side softball cricket tournament, and many more. In the meantime, the OPA takes some extra effort in disseminating timely information to its membership, and 2 journals and 3 newsletters are issued free of charge annually in this regard, which contains many news articles and important events of member associations. Organization of Professional Associations, which inaugurated with just 11 associations, have seen a steadfast growth and presently boast members from 48 associations across 32 disciplines. And the OPA will remain to be the independent and vibrant apex body of professional organizations in Sri Lanka, which would also stand for the best interest of all various professionals in Sri Lanka.
Hi everyone, for the second part of this day 2 session, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us on this event, flagship event of OPA, which is the 33rd annual sessions done fully digitally for the first time in the history of OPA. And I believe I'm fair to say that a major event like this has been virtually done probably for the first time as well among professional bodies. Let's move on to the second part of the day 2 session. We have 3 more presentations by eminent people. And the first one is from our speaker is a supply chain and lean management guru. He has a master's in supply chain management, master's in project management, master's in business administration. He's a fellow of the Institution of Supply and Materials Management. And most importantly, in my opinion, he's a black belt, not a karate black belt. He's a 6 Sigma black belt and a black belt on lean management, which are top-notch qualifications to have. And the one that impresses me most is that he started at the rank level. Today he's a supply chain guru, but he started as an inventory controller. And he has held positions like supply chain management, procurement management, human resource management, quality management, production management, and so on and so forth. Presently, our speaker, Mr. I.G. Pereira, is the president of Institution of Supply and Materials Management in Sri Lanka. He's a consultant to leading apparel groups of companies and serves in the visiting faculties of Green University in Homagama, University of Colombo, NIBM, and etc. He also has a lot of teaching assignments in UK, especially in UK and Australia. Today's topic that Mr. Pereira is going to speak about is a very important one, which we all as a nation faced, and we face it today even. So we look forward to this exciting presentation by Mr. I.G. Pereira, that is reinventing the supply chain for a post-COVID era. Mr. Pereira, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction and listening with high expectations.
Thank you, sir. We can hear you, we can see you very clearly. Both are okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, reinventing the supply chain for a post-COVID era. So I must thank OPA, the organization of this event, for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Supply chain management was not known to many people, but unfortunately, but thanks to COVID, let me ask you a few questions. How many of you have faced with a stock out situation when you visited the supermarket for a particular item? And how many of you blame the supply chain or otherwise COVID? Thanks to COVID, today, supply chain management has become a widely recognized concept. 94% of the Fortune 1000 companies experience supply chain disruptions due to COVID-19 today. So you can see these disruptions are in many sectors, many areas. 57% of companies reported worsening lead times due to various reasons. Production facilities did not have enough material to produce and thereby supply finished goods to their customers. On average, suppliers are operating at less than 50% capacity, maybe due to lack of raw material and other resources. So you can see the gravity of the problem. On top of that, many organizations will be faced with staffing levels at, in some cases, less than 50% capacity. So they have idling resources in many production facilities and other service sectors. 44% of companies, this is the severe case, do not have a specific plan to handle China-based disruption. This alarms us for different areas of supply chain management. One of the things that are being explored is whether we should be restricting ourselves to a particular geographic area in terms of supply chain management. And on top of all, in many countries, mainly in the US, there is a tidal wave of bankruptcies. One of the oldest retailer, JCPenney, Victoria's Secret, those retailers as well as Neiman Marcus, Hertz, Kroger, kind of retailers, Dillard's, and airlines such as Flyby, Virgin Airlines. Not only these retailers and producers, even the oil company like BP. And one of the old genes, pure religions. So see the severity of this. Now you can see, because of these bankruptcies, because of the close of airlines, what will happen to the airline traffic volumes? Day by day, volumes are being shrinked. Not only airlines, even other modes of transportation. It can be road transportation, truck transportation, rail transportation, or even sea transportation. So there will be, in time to come, there will be a spike of demand, but not only due to the increased demand, on the other way around, but due to close of some of these facilities and being not able to start their services with the new normal coming to come. So the new normal is very important. Everybody should understand what will be the new normal of supply chain management. What is supply chain management, going into a little bit theoretical aspects? So supply chain management is a set of approaches utilized to efficiently integrate. This integration is very important. Many players of the supply chain, suppliers, manufacturers, warehouses, and other service providers The produce distributed at right quantities to the right locations at the right time is very important. Why are we doing all these things? In order to serve the customers with a particular service level, minimizing the cost. That's very important. And today, almost all the companies are worried about the bottom lines. And many costs have been incurred in the areas of supply chain management. What is this disruption? We say supply chains have been disrupted. Yes. When you dig into the micro levels, those are the flows of various aspects of supply chains. What are these flows? Material and resources, funds, money, and information. So material and resources are disrupted. The flow of material and resources. Many ports, airports have been closed. New regulations have been brought for goods for importation. Even Sri Lanka has certain items are restricted. And many countries. At the same time, functioning of banks have been limited for certain functions and transfer of funds have been restricted. Information flow, although we are at the peak of certain information networks, still it's a question whether the suppliers and the supply chain partners have the real visibility of information that they require. And value addition. Although the raw materials are there, the production facilities cannot be operated due to various other factors. So the value addition is disrupted. Innovation is the name of the game, and innovation is, everybody is talking about innovation, but what level of facilitation do we get during, especially this period? So these are the real disruptions in the supply chains, the flow of material, flow of funds, flow of information, flow of value addition, and flow of innovation. So what should we do? How can we set it about? Then companies should concentrate on reinventing the supply chains. You can't just wait. You can hand over the issue to the time, and time will solve the issue. So we should be making efforts. And the post-corona era will be a new normal. It will not be the pre-corona era. It will be totally a new normal. So we all should be getting ready to embrace the new normal. You can't just wait. How do we do this, and what can we do in order to get the new normal into practice? One of the prime things that the companies should be doing today is revisiting their corporate plans. You may come up with brilliant corporate plans, contingency plans. But at the end of the day, if you don't share your plans at operational level or tactical level and operational level, employees, and if you don't get their buying in, nothing will happen. The situation will be worse. Therefore, one of the critical things that companies should be focusing today is getting their employees buying in towards their revisited corporate plans. I know already some of the companies have announced layoff plans, salary cuts, work cuts. There are so many practical measures have been taken, discouraging the contribution of employees. That may be required to keep the ship balanced. But in the long run, you need employees. Without employees, you don't have an organization and nothing will work, nothing will happen. So therefore, employees buying in is very important. Not only the planning of super plans. That is number one. So number two will be develop supply chain based resilience. So many people, many scholars are talking about it. Many organizations have taken different types of measures. How do you develop supply-based resilience? Today, pre-corona period, if you take, you may have had, so this is one of the cases that a lot of supply chains are dependent on China today, restricting 90% of the supplies to the one geographic area. Should it be the case in the future? Why can't we shift from China to other regional supply chain bases? Why can't we shift from globalization to regionalization? What are the benefits then? The companies should change their strategies from going global to going regional. Depending on one particular geographic area to spreading it out to many geographic areas, regionalization. What are the tactics or the strategies that are available in this regard to mitigate the risk factors in supply chains? One of the things, if you can shift to multiple suppliers from different regions for the same category of products, risk will be shared, or at least to have dual suppliers for each category of item and minimum 2 suppliers, and not depending on one particular geographic area, spreading the risk to all the supplies bases to many geographic areas. Those are some of the strategies that can be looked into in addition to the formal risk mitigating plans that organizations are already having. And enhance partnerships with the logistics providers. It's very important. You may be having third-party logistics, fourth-party logistics, and in certain organizations thinking about fifth-party logistics, seventh-party logistics, and 100% digital environment, even 10th-party logistics, just a concept at the moment. But many organizations in many countries are operating with third-party logistics organizations. But in the short run, can we all still go ahead with these contracts? For the short run, at least, till we are coming back to the new normal, you should be revisiting, negotiating with these logistics providers. And remember, they are your partners. Your suppliers are your partners, your logistics service providers are your partners. So at this moment, both parties, your logistics providers as well as organizations, both parties are in trouble. So you can have negotiations and come to a win-win situation in the case of handling this particular COVID era. And develop a new approach to inventory management. This is very important. Production organizations and production departments may not be happy to minimize inventories. So they would always prefer to have larger amount of inventories. So their flexibility is high. Their planning will be quite easier when you have inventories in your department, in the stores, in your house. But it is challenged here. Some of the concepts that we have been implementing in many organizations, just in time, lean management, are challenged by this particular virus. You can see the inventory management should have, so at least low value items should be given a serious consideration. A few weeks back, it was difficult to find even a face mask, toilet papers, low value items. So those who are planning strategies for inventory management should be thinking about these low value items and how much of inventories and we should ascertain scientifically to maintain. And inventory, if the required level of information visibility is not there, it will be leading to an effect called bullwhip effect. So you can see at the customers end, maybe at the retailers here, a small high court demand is triggered. When it comes to the warehouse, all the retailers are increasing their demand with the customers' demand increase. The warehouse will increase their inventories to a greater level. So when the warehouses or the distribution centers are demanding higher level of inventories from the distribution center, they will demand a higher level of inventories from the producers. So the producers might think, okay, there's a higher level of demand coming in now from the distribution centers and they will increase productions. What happens now? You saw when the COVID message was going across, supermarkets were crowded and there were a lot of panic buying. Heartful loads of provisions were purchased by consumers. What has happened today? Supermarkets are open. Can we see that type of panic buying today? The demand is increased. If the supply chain partners have increased their inventories, what would happen is, for some time they will have to maintain the inventories at a cost. So with the new normal, to flatten their inventories, it might take some time. The warehouses will be full. So how do you mitigate this? That is why, as one of the previous persons has very correctly explained, the digitization and the visibility to the side of the supply chain in various partners of the supply chain. It's very important. Contract structures, maybe you are having to contract with your suppliers, contract with your third-party logistics providers, and many other partners of supply chain management. And you continue with the same contract, same clauses of the contract. The business is not normal, environments are not normal, the demands have been disrupted. You will not be able to still adhere to the same process of the same contracts. So why not you reevaluate the contracts with the concerned parties? How do you manage this particular short period of time till we come to the new normal? We need to revisit the contracts and come to an agreement with the suppliers and the parties to have a win-win situation. So all the business managers who are responsible for contracts must have done already. If not, it should be an immediate action that should be taken. Enhanced insourcing. Now, although you have outsourced certain functions, processes in the organization, at this movement you must be having enough for labor idling, space idling, resources idling. So why not you negotiate with your contracted parties and increase the insourcing element of organizations? And not only in the production sector, even in the service sector, many universities have today allocated more modules and lectures to the internal faculty rather than the visiting faculty, focusing on insourcing. This has been talked a lot. Digitalize your supply chain and set up data sharing platforms. I'm not going to elaborate this because this have been talked, I believe. It's very important, data visibility. So then, bullwhip effect kind of supply chain dynamics can be mitigated. And this is very important. In Sri Lankan context, Asia Pacific Institute of Digital Marketing, and I've done this particular survey. It shows 70% of the people believe that working from home is preferred. So that is why you want to reinvent your supply chain. So people prefer to work from home. And your organizational structures, timing, schedules should be revisited. 66% of people preferred remote learning. and your mode of operandi will be changed. New normal, already many universities and professional institutions have decided to allocate certain percentage of lectures, not face-to-face, but online, going forward continuously. That will give them many benefits. Maybe resource allocations will be more efficient. Cost bases can be reduced. And in certain research have revealed, even the student participation is increased with online facilities. An online grocery of shopping, 51% of the people preferred. And this is a good news for new entrants to the market. Retailers, one of the pharmaceutical companies, I know they started very small. They were struggling to get across to consumers online, but thanks to COVID, the sales have been increased by 300%. And many consumers, they say now, they would like to continue with you with the services that are provided. So this has paved the way for newcomers. And education department, many of you might know, it was very popular during the COVID, and even today many schools have used this facility to enhance their education programs. My request to the government is, why not this facility to all the departments of Sri Lanka? You see, when you go to the labor department, when you go to the departments, how many people are just waiting and killing their time? Why can't we extend these services and offer these services through online and minimize, at least have a plan, master plan, minimize every year 10% of the people coming to departments to get the services.
Mr. Perak.
And transportation.
Yes, Mr. Perak, shall we take some questions within the next 5 minutes? And
okay, so let me finish quickly then. Yeah, and make effective decisions grounded with data analytics, very important. Dr. Devin once said, anything from the God I will not challenge, but everything else should be backed by analyzed data. So no decision should be taken without data analytics. Build smarter supply chains, modeling, scenario analysis, and monitoring and controlling. This is one of the critical things that you should be doing, monitoring and controlling. So I have experience in many organizations, especially in Sri Lankan context, monitoring and controlling is very important, whatever you innovate and automate. From globalization to digitalization, I think I have touched on that. Also, from one stand, the stress test, I think have been touched by other speakers, new supply chains, and also back to basics. Not only, you can't just hand over everything to the systems. I think human touch should be increased, navigating volumes and flexibility. Thank you very much.
well, Mr. Pereira, thank you for that very clear depiction of the new scenario. But let me ask you what I would call a integrated question, as you said. This new scenario, you are essentially proposing integrated data right throughout the supply chain using digital technology. That is essentially the summation of the whole thing. And then the questions are these. In this new scenario you are making or proposing, first question is, has the institution of material supply and materials management institution, have you come up with a national policy on this one, which is very clear and what to be done with the timeline, number one? Can you please answer that question first, then I'll ask the others.
Of course, yes. So as you are aware, so OPA has formulated a national policy, and Institute of Supply and Materials Management, we were responsible for drafting the new policy and the action plans on what should be doing to address the new era. And certain elements is the new things, mobile marketing, delivery services, how good you address pharmaceuticals. So all these categories, areas have been addressed in that. So we have contributed in data extent through OPA to the national issue.
Mr. Perra, the OPA policy paper was submitted to the government?
I think, yes.
So in this new scenario that you are describing, where technology is the really thing, the digital technology, and then I have a curious question in my mind. Where was the supply chain management and digitalization before COVID-19? Because technology had been there. You are a black belt in Six Sigma and lean manufacturing. These are almost 20, 30 years old in terms of concepts for the world. Why won't we be doing it, and how can we do it now? And are we ready as a country? For example, digital buying and selling and all this stuff. Can 85 to 90% of the people in this country can do that? Or do they have the infrastructure? Or are we talking about the Colombo crowd?
Okay. It's a very good question. Getting technology into supply chain management area was happening definitely, especially in the first world countries. It was taking place with organizations like Walmart, Kroger, kind of giant retailers. So if not the technology, they will not be able to handle their operations. And as you very correctly said, in Sri Lanka, so what will be the literacy level of digital literacy level of digitalization and use of digital equipment in procurement and purchasing area and in many other areas as well. Yes, we have an issue. But you can see, thanks to COVID, what has happened to mobile marketing, what has happened to online marketing, what has happened to online purchasing, it has been increased by more than 40%, I believe. So this is an opportunity for the government and the retailers and the retail chains of this country to think about it, and even to embark on other sectors in mobile services. So digitization was taking place at a particular rate in the first world countries, but not in the third world countries. But this expedited that particular usage of technology in procurement and purchasing other areas, even the household capital equipment. So in Sri Lanka, customary, normally household items and the capital equipments are not purchased through online. And Sri Lankan households, most of the household equipment are decided by ladies, although men spend. What has happened during this period, even to household items, it has been spent. So therefore, it's very important. We are in the right track now. What we should be doing is building right platforms, getting across to many people. We will not be able to reach each and every corner of Sri Lanka, but whatever the percentage that we reach, we should be able to increase the literacy level in terms of digitization, digital literacy level.
Thank you, Mr. Perra. One last.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Perra. One last question. And before I do that, let me make a statement. Anywhere in the world, the ladies make the decisions, okay? All capital equipment, right? I have seen it everywhere. In fact, it's a well-known fact in marketing. The ladies make the decisions. So it has not changed and will not change. The last question to you is what are the disruptions that you face? It's actually a three-pronged question. One, this digitalization of supply chain, will it make this relationship between the customers and the suppliers different? Number one. Number two, question number two is that will it disrupt? What are the new disruptors? So we go digital and everything. What is it that we need to watch out for?
So let me explain a little bit what has been actually challenged due to COVID. As I touched on some of these things, the concepts like just-in-time, lean management, outsourcing, global sourcing. So these concepts have been challenged. What are the things that have been supported or that have been supported by COVID is maybe organizations are thinking more on risk planning, transparency, dual sourcing and multiple sourcing, local sourcing, restricting purchases to local areas, monitoring, automation and innovation. So in such a situation, the new normal should be embraced by the suppliers as well as the customers. So we, as suppliers, we should be ready to embrace the new normal, again, focusing on the basic, providing what they want at the right time to the right place, with the right quantities, with the right quality, and so on. So managing the suppliers in the new normal will be different. Managing the suppliers, customers will also, it will be different. But it doesn't mean that the relationships will be deteriorated. We should be able to enhance the relationship. Still, why? Customers, they will not be able to survive without suppliers. Suppliers, they will not be able to without customers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pera. Thank you very much for your very specific presentation. Your slides are great, by the way, visible. So thank you very much. And I want to
thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to the organizers.
Yeah, because you are one of our member associations president. So a special thank you for you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to the next presentation, second presentation for the second day, fifth presentation. Next one will be on learning. There was a Dr. Navaratna's presentation on digital learning and the strategy for Sri Lanka. And this is also on the same lines. Virtual learning and professional education, global perspective. So what's happening around the world? Now, to make this presentation, we have currently someone who is a regional vice president for Asia Pacific Management Accounting of the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. The association combines the strengths of the American Institution of CPAs, Certified Accountants, and the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants. This gentleman, our next speaker happens to be a gentleman, and gentleman takes the lead of the association's vision, strategy, and growth for the Asia Pacific region, covering Southeast Asia, Australia, India, and some other countries. Our presenter is today Mr. Venkat Ramanan. Is a chartered global management accountant by profession and fellow member of CIMA. Besides receiving an executive education from INSEAD, which is a top-notch university in the world, he's also a master neuro-linguistic programming certified performance coach. I'll repeat that again, neuro-linguistic programming certified performance coach. I would like to hear from Mr. Ramanan during his presentation how NLP certification has helped him too. That's a personal question to him. Mr. Ramanan, over to you.
Thank you, Arjuna. Let me start off by sharing my slides, and thank you for that introduction, and hope all of you can hear me well. So
yes, we can.
I will take up that question later, Arjuna. Thank you for that. So what was asked of me is to look at the perspectives of virtual learning in a professional education and professional education from a global perspective environment, and specifically taking into account COVID-19 and how things are going to change in the future. So let me address on those. There's a perspective on the Great Reset. If you have had a look at it, I would really implore you to focus on this as well. The World Economic Forum is leading this initiative. And the expectation and the objective of this initiative is to look at the crisis, to look at political, economic, and social disruptions that are taking place caused by this thing that's fundamentally changing everything that we know. And from a decision-making perspective, to look at what impacts would it have on us on the short, the medium, and the long term. And why I'm putting this out here is, this is, as somebody once said, every crisis presents an opportunity, and this opportunity for us is to rethink about everything that we do. And the reset around this is important, specifically in a world that we live in, which is continuous professional learning. And as professionals, we have to focus on that importantly. Klaus Schwartz said, the founder and chief executive and executive chairman of World Economic Forum, he said, it's not the biggest fish that will always swallow the smallest fish, but it's the fastest fish that's going to swallow the smallest fish. This is so true in an environment where we are looking at organizations who are struggling with business resilience at the moment. We know of big companies who are struggling, not being able to manage situations and provide opportunities for their customers as well as remodel. But it has also got to do with agility and speed and how an organization allows individuals to bring in innovation and quickly address those innovation to make it work for them. And this, in a COVID and a post-COVID world we are going to live in, is far more important than what we know. Now let's look at the external forces that are driving change. And these are external forces that have been pretty much aware and built in for our lives for a long time. So we have geopolitics and globalization, where regulatory complexity and geopolitics was the trade war that was between US and China. For a long time, it dominated for nearly about 3 years. And then we had a situation around regulations and how regulations would change the way we are looking at things. We are looking at technology and cyber issues and financial challenges and workforce challenges. Now, with one single swipe, COVID is changing everything. Now, geopolitics and globalization, when you talk about globalization, you would have heard certain speakers talking about it earlier. We're looking at nationalization first and regionalization second, rather than globalization. And as the earlier speaker was talking about supply chain related issues, this is more relevant now to protect not only in terms of COVID related issues, but to protect local produce, employment, everything. We will see this. We're talking about regulatory complexity, and this has pushed governments to rethink about how regulations will have to be addressed in a different perspective. It is just not only regulations in the way we are looking at how we work, social distancing measures and compliance around things. And I heard in Sri Lanka recently, if you don't wear a face mask, you're going to be asked for 2 weeks to be mandatory quarantined at home. But also regulations that are going to be adopted new and pushed fast, like, for example, digital taxation, as companies move on to a digital environment to understand further. So we are going to have a far more greater impact on regulatory complexity, and technology financial challenges are always going to be there. It's an opportunity. We'll come back to that. And let me address one more thing that's important here: workforce changes. Workforce changes is where we always spoke about the 5 generations working side by side. We had the traditionalists, boomers, Gen X, millennial, and the Gen Z, the 2020. And we are also talking about, because we run out of alphabets, we're looking at alphas, generation alphas that are to come as well. And here's the critical thing. COVID-19, within 3 months, has standardized and customized all their behaviors in more parallels than one. Grandparents or parents who are used to selling produce, who would do it face-to-face, are not doing it through WhatsApp, doing WhatsApp sales. They're taking orders and supplying it. And people who were not on digital basis before are far greater digitally involved. My mother, who's living in Colombo, is making digital orders for her supplies. If I asked her to do it 4 months ago, she would still want to go to the market, buy produce, not interested anymore, which you all know as you're addressing this as well. And why does it affect us? If you look at the Gen Z learning pattern, most Gen Zs are not classroom based. As traditionalists, we were taught to be in an informational world. We were told what to do. Baby boomers had transformational learning. Generation X focused on self-directed learning, but the Generation Z didn't want any of this. They wanted to be there. They wanted experiential. They wanted to listen only at 12% of the lecture when they were interviewed. But majority of them wanted experiential, working, learning, working. And the impact of COVID is it shifted quite a lot of generations to think the same rather than just the Gen Z. Pre-COVID world, we looked at the world of education and continuous development. Universities needed a remodeling for a long time, and modular education was being thought of for a long time as well. College degrees in Australia and US were looking at disaggregating. That means looking at a 4-year degree and saying, right, can we do 1 year, let them go work 1 year, come back, and let's build up on that. And World Economic Forum said by 2022, everyone needed to have 101 days of learning. And this is just not pure learning. This is learning, unlearning, relearning. And ladies and gentlemen, this is before COVID. COVID has had a staggering impact. 1.38 billion students are affected worldwide. And the problem with this is some did not have education, no examination, no classrooms. Some had over-education. They were put into children who are as young as 8, 9 years old, were put into Zoom classes without understanding the impact of mind as well as psychology for about 6 hours. Some were sent homework by schools asking people to do it and submit it by the end of the day. That actually caused more stress for the parents than for the kids. But just imagine the inconsistent delivery of education in a world that has affected so many of them. Also, COVID now has created more debate, and I am focusing slightly more on university education. Let me touch on professional education slightly because they're interlinked. They're in the world that we now live now is not any different, because there is a debate around what should education look like. For us professionals, we always focused on lifelong education from a perspective of, well, we achieve something, we attain something, and then we look at continuous professional development. The challenge around the discussion is, why does continuous professional development or learning need to start from the perspective of somebody completing something? Why can it not start from a child who's 12 years old and remodel it till the day they decide that's enough for them? So COVID is pushing the agenda. And in Australia, they're looking at micro-credentials, by the way, not a very 2-year, 3-year program of learning or skills development as a permanent fixture, because they feel employment will keep changing rapidly because of this. That's a debate, and it's a good debate to be part of. Now, some perspectives were, well, we got to think about education because we not looked at technology. There was no technology that focused on education. Just look at that on the left. There are more than 90 edtech companies that have been writing the future of education even before COVID started. The problem was there was no acceptance to it to a great deal. And it's no different to us. I'm a CIMA member, and to some CIMA members, it was also a perspective of, look, I have what I have, and that's good for me. And if you look at perspectives like markets like Sri Lanka, when you talk about digital education, they still felt to a great extent, no, we're happy with face-to-face engagement, and that's culture. And technology is going to ramp this up further, because you look at blockchain and things around that, it's going to be studying the requirement for employment and employability and bringing edtech faster than ever than you can imagine. World Economic Forum also addressed something. There are 5 COVID-19 changes that are happening right now. We are more consistently in touch with each other than we have ever been. My work hours are 11 to 12 hours now, and I have never been this much in touch with my team than I have. You speak to them, they will let you know. I'm in touch with them weekly, and I have a team from Dubai down the way to New Zealand, from Asia Pacific perspective. We are keeping in touch more. Also, it has also created a situation with unemployment and things around that. People have far more anxiety in terms of what they don't know. And they're also learning new ways to do things, which is to be at home and manage home, work, and family, and all the other requirements. As much as companies are looking at resilience, they're also looking at cost as an important perspective. Many employers we speak to, when they talk specifically about the finance function, they keep saying we are looking at combining 2 roles into one. We want to have agility in terms of our team members in finance being able to take on the critical things, but they're also saying, we need to have a perspective in terms of their skills, and what skills, more to do with soft skills and learning business partnering more than anything that you know. And if you look at one of the greatest concerns that people see right now is whether there'll be another outbreak, whether there'll be a variant coming from COVID-19, whether there'll be further unknowns which will complicate. We are talking about a vaccine at the moment. Yeah, that vaccine is for COVID-19. What are the further complications and outbreaks that might happen? We are not. And one of the key things that coming from speed, agility. Any member who's a professional or non-professional, if they can learn new skills with speed and agility, they can bring it to the organization. As companies are looking through resilience now, they're looking at remodeling their business. They need people who can bring that skills to make it work. And that has become a far important trait. Growth of virtual learning and distance learning has increased exponentially. Nearly 30% of all higher education in the US right now are taking at least one distance learning course. And this is US, whose system was purely built on recognition, reputation, going to college, going to have physical presence. And 4 factors were identified as being important. Flexibility, people can choose what they want. It can be customized to the way they want, and there's a wide range. It's accessible. You can stay in one country, which it's important, and it's cost effective, because my daughter goes to school right now, and the way the school is being run, I'm questioning the value what I'm paying for. Is it worth to pay that much and to do homeworks and send it back to them, or am I to look at other sources of learning? So COVID has changed the perspective of mindset in terms of people, they're embracing this digital and virtual learning much. And we don't only see it, just in some parts. Hong Kong is a case study itself. They are learning more, they have developed more interactive apps for learning from home. In China, 120 million, just take that number. You know Sri Lanka's population and do a multiplier based on what China's population is. Learning materials were bought through live classrooms and streaming, and they have cloud-based solutions. Nigeria, where we always felt Africa, well, they integrated digital banking in a different way, took speed on it, but they are looking at technology because they can make that rapid changes. They're using Google Classrooms. And with 5G to come, learning anywhere is going to be a far more prominent feature forward. And reskilling is something that's important. If any one of you seated in that room think the skills I have are going to enable me to take things forward, and I just need to go on a course of maybe a digital skill and learn blockchain and that'll help me, let me shake you up and say, that's not going to be it. There has to be much more. In the World Economic Forum Education 4.0, other than the skills that were spoken about, the important ones they're focusing on are two critical ones, that is interpersonal skills, as well as lifelong and student-driven approach in terms of how we manage things. So learning, ladies and gentlemen, needs to be looked at a different light. Let me bring to a case study in a global approach in terms of how virtual learning can be adopted. And let me share a CIMA case study, the things that we did. In 2015, we went completely digital in terms of examination. All 16 subjects of our examination process was moved into a digital platform. You got to do it on an exam center, typing out your answers. And I used to go do my exam in Sri Lanka when I did my CIMA 25 years ago. I used to write 3-hour answers and then put my hand in a freezer before I went for my 3-hour exam afterwards. It's now digital. In 2019, we introduced our competency framework, put digital skills embedded into it. So exams went digital, our skills were more focused on digital. And when COVID happened, we looked at every university or every profession that was either stopping exams or holding back exams till next year or November. We realized that's not the right thing to do. What we wanted to do was we wanted to ensure our students are capable of continuing their learning no matter what. So we brought in remote testing. That means a person can do the test, but can do it from home rather than going to a center. And what we did in the whole process is we also worked with tuition providers globally, and we managed to do virtual classes. So no more, you can join a program, you can attain your digital skills, you can go to a classroom, which is virtual and digital, and any subject is being taught by that. Some of the tuition providers in Sri Lanka do have learning management systems immediately implemented. And therefore, now we managed to test you. You don't need to go to a test environment with technology and proper proctoring for ethics and integrity purposes. We were delivered home. And the future, we are looking at a new based education in terms of reimagining. It is not only the way we are looking at exams or the competency framework, but we are also looking at how learning needs to be more virtual. We are now working on that in terms of integrating an approach. Students may not necessarily in the future need to be in a classroom, where our approach is working with partners to learn anywhere, anytime in a digital education space. But that's not it. We are looking at how we need to remodel to our members. We have brought in to our members something called a digital mindset pack, which was introduced actually last year, enhanced this year, and even more next year, where it's given free with their annual subscriptions. The digital mindset pack consistently focuses on new skills that a member needs to know. I qualified about 20 years ago, and the skills that I had 20 years ago are far become irrelevant long time ago. How do I keep my mindset going up? So the digital mindset pack that we gave our members on a digital platform was to enable that further. Virtual education. In our partner in the association, AICPA, as you know, this association is a combined voice of CIMA and AICPA, used to run this Engage conference, which was a massive conference that used to take place in Las Vegas. Nearly about 8,000 people turn up face-to-face, and 20,000 people through other bases on digital and other platforms do turn up. And we used to have it as a physical event, as I mentioned, in Las Vegas. When COVID took place, the question that we asked ourselves is, are we to cancel the conference, or what are we to do? The organization made a decision, nope, it goes completely virtual, and the whole thing was done virtually itself. And those who know Shark Tank and you follow it, Damon Johnson, or Damon John, as you know, came and presented, is presenting on a virtual platform itself. And we were hesitant to find out, like today's crowd on a Sunday, you have turned so many people up to listen to this session and other sessions. The sessions are being run out as we speak because more people are engaged in that. So virtual education and professional development does not need to be in a classroom environment. And looking closer to what we did, what you find here is just, this data is 1 month old, and my apologies for that. We have run nearly 30 virtual programs in 3 months for our members in Asia Pacific. And these virtual programs were delivered 100% on Zoom, were enabled through participants or speakers from all over Asia Pacific. And like on a Sunday, I'm turning up for this conference, we didn't have a 5-day week to do this. We did it within a 7-day week, and we had average. This is what's important. When you do a CPD, we'll get 30 to 40 people turning up. We had average nearly 200 to 250 turning up for each of these events. Interestingly, like in today's conference I'm presenting, I don't need to travel, I don't need to come, I don't need to be physically present. We had more speakers who wanted to do it, more audience who were willing to listen into. Wrapping up, the future is learning is there. Technology will enable it. Virtual learning needs to enable it. The question of professionals need to be thought through carefully. We are with a profession like SEMA because there's ethics, integrity, and the focus of the profession to always keep looking at upskilling and keeping us relevant. But the world, the way it's shaken up, the role of professional needs to be thought through in a different perspective. No more can we hold our profession to say that's enough in keeping us relevant. We need to always consistently upskill, whether it's a virtual environment, digital environment, we need to accelerate our learning, and we need to learn new ways of doing things. Before I wrap up, the key learnings for us in moving to virtual from a global perspective, all I can tell you is be agile. You don't put technology first. I've seen many people talk about technology will enable things. Yes, technology will enable things, but it's people who make the technology work. In an environment in which we are, trust your staff, your teams, in terms of the innovative ideas, and then use the technology. If you think technology you buy and you put it to enable it, that doesn't solve things. People understand customers, customers understand people. Trust what your people will say, use the right technology. Perfection is the arch enemy of progress, as we say. When we wanted to bring up exams delivered at home, lots of questions were asked internally. Cybersecurity, are we clear? People, can they manage? Technology with the Wi-Fi connection at home, can we make it a perfect environment if we go through? Organization took a decision saying, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Let's do it. Let's learn as we do it, but let's make sure the integrity of the exams is taken care of. That's where the biggest investments were made on. So the learning that I will share with you is, you are not going to live in a perfect environment. Perfection is the arch enemy of progress. Look at opportunities in something that comes up, take it forward and move forward. It's important, and run it. Finally, some people make things happen, some people watch things happen, and some people ask, what in the world happened? You got to figure out in your environment in which you learn in. Either if you want to, as a profession, bring virtual learning home, or if you want to look at reskilling, you got to ask yourself the question, in which segment are you in? Are you going to be the person who watches things happen? Or are you going to are you going to be the person who makes things happen? Or are you going to ask, what in the world just happened? Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat. Let me ask you the first question. Bottom line is, it's a series of questions that have been asked, and they are the same question. When you go to digital learning, especially in Asia and countries like Africa and etc., because you are given the global perspective, will there be a digital divide? Because this is not simple as, if you take Sri Lanka, it's not 80% of the people live in villages. So will it be something like the digital divide will occur in these communities?
I think there are those who are willing, and then there are also are non-willing, more than a digital divide. I mean, you look at Africa, for example, that's where mobile banking took place in a faster process than anywhere else. If you look at Africa, when things were done, you couldn't have a bank branch or an ATM machine in a remote African village. So in Africa, that's where one of the biggest introductions of mobile banking took place, where you use your mobile app, and your SMS to do mobile banking. So let me address that. Those who are willing will find opportunities in continuous learning no matter what, as we are discovering. Some of our members have been given laptops, for example, by organization. And what we do find out is, yes, they are doing their work, but they are sharing their laptop with their daughter or son so that they can follow up with their learning and make sure that they're continuing their journey in terms of their education as well as managing work. So I don't buy into the digital divide, but what I buy into the mindset of what you want to do. Governments will soon, as a part of the perspective I spoke to you in terms of regulations, also will look at in terms of how do you further embrace the digital aspect with its civilians and its population. Will they be looking at further digitally enhancing? They will look at reprioritization of their expenditure as most economies are put into rigor. I do not believe there will be a digital divide. I believe the system, the society, and that's what I shared with you on the first slide with the World Economic Forum, the Great Reset, more institutions will come to enable it to make it work. Otherwise, there won't be a world forward. You're on mute, Arjun.
One quick question. Exams. One of the key questions people ask is, how do you do digital exam? Will there be cheating, etc.? A quick answer, please.
No, it won't, because we had proctoring. We had proctors who are managing the exam, so they virtually can see what you're doing. We use technology such as AI to look at and monitor how in an examination platform, whether a person is cheating or someone else is doing. Even identification, you need to have identification with a photograph to see whether it's the right person. So we work with Pearson VUE, who's an online digital platform provider for digital education, and another organization who focused on delivering home proctored exams. And we brought it. So we use the experts across rather than ourselves. Outsource where it's relevant. Don't try to figure it out all on your own.
Right. So a lot of investment and a lot of learning and relearning and unlearning to be done. One quick question, one last one. Do you think in places like Sri Lanka and Asian countries, the deliverer, that is a teacher, are they digitally savvy to do this job? Because now, for example, you are a seasoned presenter. You are on the screen and you know how to do this right. But do our teachers ready for this? I mean, are they ready or should they be trained? This was a question that was asked from Dr. Navaratna as well. In the moment.
To your question, it's a very pertinent question. The roles have to change. We teachers shouldn't teach anymore. We need to look at technology to deliver the teaching. What we need is teachers. They have immense value, knowledge. They have insights that many don't because of continuous teaching, and they understand students. They need to move from teachers to becoming mentors and mentoring students. Rather than investing 3 hours in a day teaching one component, they need to, the whole society needs to invest in technology to deliver the teaching, which is being done, can be done, is being looked at being done by edtech providers. If you look at Khan Academy, for example, the role of teachers is to become mentors. They speak to students and says, what did you learn? What about what you have learned has changed? So my acknowledgement request is, teachers are valuable. They have a critical role to play. Make them to become mentors. Let technology enable the teaching part. The teacher shouldn't waste their time on that.
Mr. Ramanan, that's a great stop, great punchline, tagline, I might say. Teachers to become mentors and the teaching to be done through technology. Very well said. Thank you very much for today's presentation. I appreciate it, particularly your setup. Very pleasing to me after seeing so many different things. Yours is a very pleasing one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjun.
Pleasure to have you here. Aiboan.
Aiboan.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the next presentation. The next presentation will be by someone in the academia. The topic is alternative construction materials, very specific engineering subject, sounds like an engineering subject to me. And it's from an academic. Our presenter is a senior professor of civil engineering at the University of Mortua. He was the head of the Department of Civil Engineering from January 2000 to February 2016. His doctorate is from University of Tokyo, Japan. In 1990, is in the area of concrete technology. He has held Commonwealth Research Fellowship at the Imperial College London in 2004. He also has many research publications awards to his credit, including the President's Award for Scientific Research Publication 2010-2017. He also is a recipient of Anton Award IESL 2006, that's Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, where I come from, and the gold medal for the best paper, co-author, Society of Structural Engineers Sri Lanka 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about alternative construction materials, which is the last presentation for the day. And then don't forget, don't leave. There'll be 2 awards and thank you notes. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor S.M.A. Nanakara, Department of Civil Engineering, University of Mortua. Professor Nanakara, over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Arjuna. Now I have a problem of sharing my screen. Yes, okay, now.
Professor, before you do that, you have to position yourself so that we see your face fully.
How about this question?
Yes, that's a lot better. That's great.
Okay, how about the sound?
Sound is fantastic.
Right. Okay, I will quickly start my presentation because I have so many slides to share. I'm going to talk about alternative construction materials that can be used in the building construction, which is quite different to the presentation that you all have listened to so far. Now, these are basic construction materials used in building construction, and all these are natural resources. This chart shows the volume of natural resources used in building and transport infrastructure between 1900 and 2010. It can be seen that the rate of consumption has increased exponentially, especially with respect to the concrete, sand, and gravel. Situation in Sri Lanka is not much different from that global trend. I'm going to explain the situation in Sri Lanka with respect to one construction material, that is sand. In civil engineering terms, we call it fine aggregate. Now, fine aggregate can be from different sources, either natural sand, crushed rock, or we call it manufactured sand, or it can be a industrial byproduct, such as bottom ash coming from coal-fired power plants. The main source of natural sand is used in the construction industry is the river sand. There are other alternatives such as land-based sand, dune sand, and offshore sand. Now, what's the situation with respect to river sand in Sri Lanka? Now, this graph shows the current issue related to river sand in Sri Lanka. It shows the price variation of cement and river sand to construction materials over last 28 years. Up to 2003, you can see that not much increase in price, and there's not much of difference in increase in price between these two construction material. But beyond that, the river sand price has increased by 30 times due to shortage of supply as a result of mining and transportation restriction imposed by the government. Now, this trend was expected way back in 1992. There were several studies carried out in 1992, 1995, 1999, and 2002, and proposed several options to overcome this situation. But not fully, those proposals were not fully implemented. The last one was in 2014 by the CEDAW. The current sand price is about 16,000. It varies from 15,000 to 16,000. Is very, very expensive when compared with other the construction material, even with the world price. Unless we come up with a solution to this one, this trend will increase. So what is the annual sand requirement in Sri Lanka? Estimation of annual sand requirement for building and civil engineering construction, since there are no proper records of sand mining, the annual sand requirement was estimated based on the cement consumption. As mixed proportion of cement to sand for various applications in building constructions are known. Now this graph shows the cement consumption in Sri Lanka during last 20 years. Even though there are some ups and downs in cement consumption, there's a general trend, that there's a general increasing in trend. According to the cement manufacturers, main consumers of cement are the house builders. That is about 70% of the cement manufactured and imported to Sri Lanka are consumed by the house builders. The estimated sand demand based on the cement consumption in 2018 was 22 million. Out of those 22 million, 40% was consumed in the Western province. Now, how about the supply of sand to the Western province to fulfill this demand? Now, this shows the main river basins. All these main rivers were heavily mined to meet the increase in demand. And the impact of uncontrolled sand mining, this shows the photos show the impact of an uncontrolled sand mining. So there can be coastal erosion, lowering of the riverbeds, saltwater intrusion due to lowering of riverbeds and riverbank collapses and the loss of land. As a result, it can affect the agriculture, water supply, fisheries, and tourism. So, what are the solutions that we have to overcome this environmental impact due to excessive river sand mining? The solutions, first thing that we must restrict river sand mining at harmful locations. Then we must try to reduce the demand for river sand in building construction. And finally, we must introduce alternative for river sand to meet the increase in demand. Let's see how we can reduce the demand for river sand in building construction. Some are listed here: precast concrete building construction, utilization of construction and demolition waste, improve workmanship, and use of industrial byproducts. Now, if you take the precast concrete construction in 70s, I think you all know that most of the high-rise buildings were constructed by precast concrete elements. So now the precast concrete construction is the way forward in high-rise building construction. We can achieve better quality control, fast construction, effective utilization of all these natural resources. Now, if you take the utilization of construction and demolition waste, we can produce recycle aggregate from this construction and demolition waste. There are mobile plants, the fixed plants. However, still the construction industry is not paying much attention to utilize construction and demolition waste to produce recycled aggregate. Therefore, intensive schemes should be introduced to encourage contractors to convert this waste into a value-added product. The last one is introduce alternative fine aggregate for river sand to meet the increase in demand. That is the main point in this presentation. As I mentioned earlier, we can have land-based sand, dune sand, offshore sand, manufactured sand, and industrial byproduct like bottom ash coming from the coal-fired thermal power plants. Now, if you take the land-based sand, you can see the destruction to the environment, right? Whenever the people find the sand deposits, land-based sand deposits, they mine those things using heavy machinery. This type of sand mining has created irrecoverable environmental damage. So therefore, land-based mining should not be encouraged. The dune sand in Sri Lanka, dunes exist along northwest coast, northeast coast, and southwest coast. And these are huge sand dune you can find in Putlam area. Now this shows the profile of a healthy beach. The profile of a healthy beach, dunes are part of it. So dunes are part of active coastal systems. Therefore, you should not extract sand from dunes or beach so that, we can preserve the coastal line. So what is remaining as alternatives are the offshore sand and manufactured sand, small quantities of industrial byproducts. Now, if you take the offshore sand, it is not beach sand that we are talking about. Offshore sand is sand dredged from the deep sea, more than 20 meters deep and far away from the coastline, right? Offshore sand has been used for construction in other parts of the world. Sea dredged sand and gravel contribute 24% of total aggregate consumption in UK. For anything and everything, we check the UK practice. Use such aggregate in concrete has not caused any major durability problems in UK during the last few decades. These are the major civil engineering projects in UK where marine aggregates have been used. So what are the problems with offshore sand? The grading, that is the particle size distribution, it can vary depending on where you dredge sand. Then the shells. Will that shell fragments in offshore sand affect the workability or the durability of concrete that you produce from the offshore sand? And the biggest problem is the soil contamination, the chlorides. Now that can promote the corrosion of reinforcement in reinforced concrete, and also you can get white patches on the surface of concrete if you use offshore sand with chlorides. Extensive studies have been carried out to investigate the suitability of offshore sand as an alternative to river sand. And these are the results. And this shows the particle size distribution of offshore sand taken from several locations. Now, depending on the location, you can see that it varies from fine zone to the coast zone. Now, this is not a big issue. The particle size distribution is not a big issue. Depending on the particle size distribution, we can adjust the mixed proportion, come up with the required performance of the concrete. The next is the shell content in offshore sand. We can easily remove the shells greater than 4 millimeters. Now, the sand is defined as the particles less than 4 millimeters. So we have to remove the particles more than 4 millimeters. And we can easily remove the particles greater than 4 millimeters. So it contains shells and the pebbles. Now, less than 4 millimeters, it is difficult to remove the shell fragments. Now, there's a standard, BS standard 882 that gives the specification for aggregate from natural sources for concrete. Now, there you can find limits for shell content. Interestingly, there's no limit specified for fine aggregate, but you can find the limits for coarse aggregate, that is larger particles from 10 to 5 to 10 millimeters and more than 10 millimeters. Now, if you refer to the SLS standard, there's SLS standard, Sri Lanka standard specification for fine aggregate, for concrete and mortar. There the shell content is limited to 15%. Now, these are the small shell fragments you can find in offshore sand. Now, these two photographs shows the offshore sand and river sand. Now, I cannot ask you this question, but I think most of you will guess the top one as the offshore, the river sand, and the bottom one as the offshore sand. It is the other way around. Top is the offshore sand, rounded and smooth, and the bottom is the river sand. So it has traveled a long distance, and during that time it got smoothened and rounded. And this is an advantage, that shape and the roundness is an advantage that will improve the workability of concrete. So the shell effects of shell present in offshore sand, that will, the shells get covered with cement, paste or mortar in concrete, and that will not impair either concrete strength or permeability. The workability may get affected because those are flat particle shell fragments, has also been found to be offset by their smoothness and also the greater roundness of the offshore sand itself. The biggest problem is the chloride content in offshore sand. As it is, it contains about 0.28%, and if you wash it, you can remove these chlorides. And if you refer the standards for concrete and standard for aggregate, there are limits specified for chloride content in concrete depending on the type of concrete. And if you convert these limits to maximum total chloride content in concrete expressed as a percentage of chloride by mass of sand for different grades of aggregate, you can come up with these figures. So the most critical one is the critical requirement is for pre-stressed concrete, that is about 0.03%, and the SLS standard limit the chloride limit to a maximum of 0.1%, very much less than the most critical requirement, that is to build up the confidence of the consumers. So the recommendation is we have to sieve the sand, remove the shells, the large shells, and we have to wash it with fresh water. Now, Sri Lanka Land Development and Corporation is doing this job. They are dredging and pumping to a site in Mutarajavela, and they do sieving and washing, and this is the washed offshore sand. The borough area is situated about 10 to 14 kilometers away from the shoreline with an average depth of 30 meters in Kerawalapitiya, Mutarajavela. The extent of borough area is about 100 square kilometers, and they got the approval from GSMB where the estimated quantity available there is about 264 million cubic meters. Okay, now the next one is the manufactured sand. Now this is a byproduct coming from the production of coarse aggregate. We call it crusher fines, quarry dust, and once you process it, we call it manufactured sand. At present, it is not produced as a main product, it is a byproduct. Why we have to process it? It contains very fine particles less than 75 microns. And there are advantages as well as disadvantages of these fine particles. Because of this fine content, it will improve the cohesiveness of the concrete, that will prevent the segregation, but the disadvantage is that will increase the water demand. Now, if you don't use the chemical admixtures, you have to increase the water content to improve the workability. Now, that can result in increase in shrinkage and reduce the strength. So, to overcome this problem, we have to use chemical admixtures. When you are using the manufactured sand or crusher fines, then it is essential to use the water reducing admixtures to improve the workability. Now, there are limits on silt and dust content given in various standards for depending on the application. So this is the washing plant that can be used to remove the excess fines, not all, but excess fines in the crusher fines. So the ideal percentage is around 8 to 10%, but in some manufacturers reduced to a very low value as 3%. The last one is the use of industrial byproducts. Now, this diagram shows the coal combustion process and generation of coal combustion waste. Now, we have coal-fired thermal power plants in Norochole. There are 3 power plants, each producing about 300 megawatts. And the daily consumption of coal is about 2,500 per plant. And what are the waste materials coming out from this one? There are 2 waste materials. One is the fly ash collected at this baghouse, the electrostatic precipitator. So very fine particles, spherical in shape. The quantity is about 750 tons per day. And the other, the waste product is...
Just to interrupt you, sir, for a minute.
Yeah.
We'll have to wrap up the lecture in about 1 minute and take some good questions that are waiting for you.
Yes, sure. So the bottom ash is the other waste product, and these are not waste material, and I will skip this one. And this can cause environmental and health impact. So we have to minimize the health impact or environmental impact by utilizing in a proper way. So fly ash can be utilized as a component of blended cement, and also we can use the as a separate materials in concrete. And bottom ash we can use for green products, and it can be considered as a lightweight aggregate if you consider the properties of bottom ash, and that can be used to produce lightweight cement blocks, form concrete, and geopolymer concrete. So now this shows, the table shows the lightweight cement blocks made with bottom ash, 100% replacement. You can see that the weight of the cement block is less than the weight of the cement block with river sand. The price is not much different, right? So you can replace river sand with the bottom ash 100%. And this is another product. I'm not going into details. The time is running out. The form concrete, you can reduce the weight further by using forming agent. And the bottom mesh is 100% waste product. Bottom mesh based geopolymer is 100% using waste product. Bottom mesh, crushed bottom mesh. The other one is the slag, is another industrial byproduct coming from steel production and activated by alkali materials. And the most important thing is ambient curing, and we can obtain this kind of solid products. Okay, so
Professor,
now
shall we go to the questions?
Yes.
Because we are definitely running out of time. So let's ask
Yes.
2 or 3 questions, and that will be better. And you have,
Yeah.
don't worry, your presentation will go to the viewers and the participants in digital format and everything. So you will not lose to your efforts at all.
Yes.
And rushing it through will not help either party. So the first question is on the lines of something like this. A lot of alternative materials have been found in Sri Lanka, but they never make it to the market. Why is that? A short answer. So they are not really being used. What's the reason? Is it a lack of incentives for those who make them, and what is going on?
The lack of awareness, and especially now these two materials. I mean, still people are afraid to use offshore sand because of these, adverse effects. People are thinking that still the chloride will be there. So because of lack of awareness, the awareness is the most important thing.
Very good. And what do you suggest? Either way, that's just a question that came to my mind. What should the professional bodies should do about that? Because the awareness must come from professionals like yourself.
Exactly. Now the main problem with the professionals, because they know that, I mean, this can be used, but they are reluctant to specify. Now, if you consider all the government organizations that, I mean, they are still insisting river sand, right? They are still insisting around, but they jolly well know that, I mean, you can, right? But in their specifications, they find that it is specified. The river sand is specified. So that is the main problem. So the professionals itself that, I mean, change their mindset and then go for these alternatives. Until that time, you cannot change it. It's not the general public.
Yes. Isn't that the statement of the day, Professor? Professionals have to change their mind and go forward.
Yes, exactly. That is my experience. I mean, so many years they're dealing with the professionals that, I mean, there are some professionals, they don't want to change their, the way that look at the problem.
Right. Next question, another quick answer is expected. Offshore sand is stockpiled in Colombo. Can't we stockpile them in Galle, Hambantota, Trincomalee and Honourable?
The problem is the transport cost. Yes, you can process it and transport to the required places.
Here's the one I really love. We are yet to reach acceptable levels of standards for local products. Example, bricks. Very true. As a kid, I used to see some good bricks, not anymore. Why is that? So how can we?
Exactly. I mean, now I have mentioned that there are several ways that you can reduce the sand demand in building construction. Now, if you find the local bricks in the market, all are, I mean, not complying with the standard size. If the bricks are not complying with the standard size, then you have to use more mortar to fill the, gaps. That is called Atta-Ur-Rahman, right? So about 20% of extra sand that you have to use to fill these gaps. So that is why you have to go for standard bricks so that you can reduce the sand requirement in especially brickwork.
Right. Professor, just for the day's sake, last question. You may take this or you may refuse to take this. Mount Lania sand issue. And the comments by the engineers that it will take care of it on its own. What are your thoughts about it? If you may speak up about that or not, it's up to you.
No, it is not my area of specialty. Sorry that I cannot answer that one.
Right.
My area of specialty is concrete ecology.
Right. So thank you very much, Professor Nanakara. Thank you very much for participating with us.
Yes.
Really great presentation
from
a technical perspective. And we will be definitely using the one. As being an engineer, I myself understand the value of your presentation. So thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yeah,
thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will go into a sponsored break, not a commercial break, I was told, on OPA. And then we'll come back.
saw the establishment of the first Republic Constitution in Sri Lanka, replacing the Westminster Parliament system, and the formation of the National State Assembly, which is the legislature. The new constitution also paved the way for the abolishment of the second chamber of the parliament, the Senate, and as a result, at the time of origin, the OPA was to play a national role as a replacement to the Senate. The initiation of the OPA was also mooted with several professional bodies striving for the establishment of one common apex institution which would cater to the country's growing need of professional opinion. And this process was carried forward under the aegis of the Commonwealth Foundation based in the UK in order to have a joint voice in areas of economics and policy. Since then, the fledgling organization has grown to be a pulsating institution with immense potential to serve the nation at large. Owing to its diverse nature, today the OPA is recognized as a unique organization, and based on the reliable information, there could not be a similar organization globally. Even the officials of the Commonwealth Foundation who visited Sri Lanka to attend the Chokum were based at the progress the OPA has achieved during the decades of serving the nation profusely. For more than 4 decades, the OPA has been working with the ultimate vision of being the independent and vibrant apex body of professional associations of varied disciplines guided by high professional and ethical standards, providing leadership to and development of professions with acceptance of community as a body contributing to national development. Today, the OPA has come a long way and grown into a powerful civil organization consisting of an impressive list of member organizations currently standing at 48 with a total membership of approximately 50,000 professionals in various fields whose outreach could be extensive in numbers. The member organizations include and are spread across a vast number of sectors ranging from medical to legal, engineering to marketing, management, and the various other professional institutions. The OPA is recognized as one of the major organizations involved in conducting various programs in terms of seminars, workshops, lectures, etc. on national issues and any other important subject areas for both members and the general public. In this regard, a major 2-day conference is organized annually for broader participation of members and their respective associations on a timely subject with the participation of eminent resource persons as keynote speakers. The final outcome of this annual conference is forwarded to the government and relevant authorities for incorporation when making policy decisions. During the past so many years, OPA has achieved a plethora of milestones whilst upholding its utmost dignity and professional standards, and these milestones include the establishment of a professional center for the benefit of professionals, enactment of the 17th Amendment to the Sri Lankan Constitution, a brainchild of the OPA, introduction of a healthcare insurance scheme for members extending up to 85 years of age with the collaboration of National Insurance Trust Fund, deliberations to the government on current issues faced by professionals and the general public with recommendations to relevant authorities for implementation, receiving of national honours by eminent professionals such as Desamandya, Vidya Jyoti and Vidya Nidhi on the recommendations of the OPA, appointment of some of the members to the independent commissions on the recommendations of the OPA, and more importantly, the OPA has been able to pursue the government to incorporate some of the budget proposals forwarded from time to time, which has largely benefited many professions and the general public in Sri Lanka. For the recreation of the members, the OPA also organizes a series of programs which include Sinhala Tamil New Year and Christmas celebrations, mobile dental clinics, benevolent activities to mark the Vesak and the Poson celebrations, 6-a-side softball cricket tournament, and many more. In the meantime, the OPA takes some extra effort in disseminating timely information to its membership, and 2 journals and 3 newsletters are issued free of charge annually in this regard, which contains many news, articles and important events of member associations. Organization of Professional Associations, which inaugurated with just 11 associations, have seen a steadfast growth and presently boast members from 48 associations across 32 disciplines. And the OPA will remain to be the independent and vibrant apex body of professional organizations in Sri Lanka, which would also stand for the best interest of all various professionals in Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. You are still waiting on the line. We appreciate your presence even at the very last stages of this conference, which is the 33rd annual sessions, the flagship event of the OPA. And this was fully done digitally in this COVID times, which is the first time for the OPA. Let me do a quick wrap up of the events, today's events. Today's was the second day of the session. We started with Mr. Chari, who's a management consultant to put it in a nutshell, many years or decades of experience. He essentially pointed out the importance of integration of operational data, management data, financial data, everything in a country, in a company for survival. He was talking about survival. He said he was of the opinion that you could survive better and have new opportunities if we get the technology into place and start using data. Then we moved on to a very important presentation by Director General of National Institute of Education, Dr. Navaratna, Dr. Sunil Jayanta Navaratna, who's in charge of the education of the country, more or less. And his presentation was creating a knowledge-based society. And he simply put it, and the one that remains in my mind, he said that not only the infrastructure for digital learning has to be put in place very fast, and apparently there are some Asian Development Bank loan coming our way, but most importantly, the teachers, the people who deliver these teaching lessons or whatever that we come through the digital media, has to be taught how to deliver those things as well. So that's an important statement, because that is where the key is, because while the younger students are very capable of handling the technology, the delivery has to be enhanced and qualified for the current times. Then there was a change of momentum from digital and etc. to rice research. A preeminent researcher of the country on rice, Dr. Dhanapala, MP Dhanapala, gave a presentation on essentially the takeaway from that was, while we can increase the yield of a natural rice through genomics changes, you don't have to use artificial methods to do that. And in fact, he mentioned that today Sri Lanka is self-sufficient in rice. So that's a good news to all of us, because that's a story that I have been listening for since I was born, when we are going to be self-sufficient in rice. He said that rice imports is less than 1% now in the country, maybe some special rice that we import. Then we moved on to the next session, the fourth session, which was on supply chain management. I happen to be at home at the very early stages of the COVID-19 crisis. For 3 days, I live in Maragama, and there was an issue of getting food, because I took a chance, and as a result of that, ended up having to survive. Like in the 1960s and 70s, eating what's on the yard or the garden, and some biscuits and everything else, because there was no supply of food. So supply chain management came to a big spotlight, because there was a food supply chain so not working. So this presentation by our own member, the Mr. IG Pereira, President of the Institution of Supply Chain Materials Management Institution, he gave an excellent presentation, very systematic, very methodical, and he said at the end of the day, such relationship between suppliers and the customers will change, Integration of data is very important. Visibility of the supply chain is the key. Now, when I asked him the question, why this has not happened in the past, because these technologies were there always, and he mentioned that that is true, and it's about time the professionals step up to the plate and deliver it. The next one was on learning, global perspective. One of the best presentations for the day was told by the viewers, which people said that actually online. And that was from Mr. Venkat Ramanan on virtual learning and professional education global perspective. The question was, will they create a digital divide? Because in countries like ours, many people still cannot access technology the way we think we can. Even in Colombo areas, the issues are still prevalent. In fact, today morning, we lost the connectivity and immediately there was a big panic situation, and then somehow we survived. So what about somebody in Gonkatuara or faraway place, Salipura, Anuradhapura, or Norachole, or far remote corner of northern part of the country or eastern part of the country, Ambilipitia? So these are the questions we need to ask. And although I didn't want to ask the question, everybody was saying that while these concepts are nothing new for the educated people in the world, getting them implemented is the answer, for which I think the last presenter, Professor, well-known person for among engineers, Professor SMA Nanakara, gave the answer. All these changes are not necessarily new to the world, for sure, not even to the Asian countries like India, Vietnam. So why is our GDP still lagging far behind from other countries after 30, 40 years? The answer is, as Professor Nanakara said, the change must happen among professionals. We are the ones who know about these things. We do know those. I saw on the chat sessions, people saying, we already know this, sir. We already know this. So when is going to happen? Happening happens because the professionals who understand things better do take chances and risks, calculated risks. That's how the country can improve. Without that, nothing will happen. It will be all talk, no show. So ladies and gentlemen, with that statement, the professionals, we are OPA, Organization for Professional Associations. So that without the talk and all these shows, people need to see results. That goes for me, that goes for you. There's no doubt in my mind. Now I have the pleasant task of announcing two winners. Winner of the day one for the best question, and winner of the day two, that is today, the best question. Since the first day question is not written down, I will announce the session or the presentation to which the question was asked and the name of the winner. Now these two awards are sponsored by our very own chairman of the annual sessions, Engineer Shanta Senrath. So thank you, Engineer Shanta Senrath, for doing that. So day one, the session was Vidya Jyoti Professor Vajira Disanayaka's session on economic revival of Sri Lanka through health innovations. That was the session, and the question was asked by Dr. Susanta Mallavarachi. So winner is Susanta Mallavarachi on day one for the question he asked on economic revival of Sri Lanka through health innovations. And for today's session, there were fantastic questions, I must tell you. I don't know, if I had the money, maybe the engineer Shanta doesn't have money to give for 10 awards, but there were very super questions. In fact, Dr. Mallavarachi himself asked some very good questions, but I have to give it to someone else. The session was last session on a very engineering topic by Professor Nanakara, and the question was asked by one of our past presidents. There's no favoring here. Trust me, I don't favor on these kind of situations. It was given to architect, planner, Tilna Kiringoda, Mr. Tilna Kiringoda. So he's the winner for the second day. Now, with the winners announced, they must be wondering what is the gift and how are they going to get it. So I have been told by the sponsor himself, chairman of the annual sessions, that the winners will be informed via email technology, right? And they will be informed what is it and how to collect it. So thank you very much again, Chairman, Engineer Shanta Senrat. Now the last event for the day, a pleasant one, because she was my helper, rather partner, in helping me out and encouraging me to do this session today, very hopefully successfully. I apologize for any errors that I did, or not mentioning names or whatever. I had to interrupt sometimes because I have to keep the presenters on time and make sure that they finish things properly. Let me introduce you to the person who's going to give the vote of thanks. She obtained her master's in law, that is LLM, from the University of London in International Business and Commercial Law, and Bachelor of Law degree from the Open University of Sri Lanka. She also holds a master's in human rights from the University of Colombo. So she's a lawyer and somebody who fights for human rights. I believe that's what a lawyer should do, really. She is the first lady General Secretary. She's the first lady General Secretary of OPA since its inception in 1975. Now there is a social cause to fight for. More ladies have to take up the senior positions. And with the support she has given me, I'm pretty much okay with that. She represents the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, which is one of the founding member association of OPA. He held the post of Vice President, Assistant Secretary of the OPA. In addition, she served as the chairperson of the National Issues Committee as well, which is what I chair these days. And her efforts last year has helped me tremendously to continue. So thank you, Madam General Secretary. Further, she is the Vice President of the Women Lawyers Association of Sri Lanka. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, General Secretary, and a force behind this effort as well, with Chairman Engineer Senrat, Mrs. Ruchira Gunasekara, Attorney at Law. Ruchira, over to you. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tolerating me.
Thank you, Engineer Atta-Ur-Rahman, for the kind words. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the OPA, it is a great pleasure for me to say a few words at the conclusion of this 33rd annual conference. In fact, as has been said earlier, this is the first time we have joined forces in organizing a digital conference. I hope you all had a thought-provoking, fruitful, and knowledge-gaining experience from the conference. I take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to Prime Minister of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Honourable Mahinda Rajapaksa, for gracing this conference as a chief guest. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Atta-Ur-Rahman, the UNESCO Science Laureate of Pakistan, for his gracious participation as the keynote speaker. I would like to express my appreciation to all the distinguished panelists for taking time off from their busy schedules and sharing their valuable knowledge with us. I would especially like to express my sincere gratitude to the President, the Office Bearers, Chairman and Chairperson of the sector committees, distinguished past presidents, members of the Executive Council, forum members, and the Member Association of the OPA for their inspiration, guidance, and most of all, their assistance in organizing this conference. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Chairman of the Annual Conference Committee, President-elect, Engineer Shanta Senrat, for his tireless efforts, guidance, and dedication towards making this digital conference a reality and a success. I'm indeed grateful to the members of the conference committee whose immense hard work and dedication towards organizing this conference, which I have no doubt was a basis for its success. I greatly appreciate the support extended by the Center Director and staff of the OPA Secretariat and other members of the staff in organizing this conference. I will be failing in my duty if I do not thank the Master of Ceremonies, Engineer Jagat Arabuavla, for his eloquent compere, the moderators, Mr. Dulita Pereira and Engineer Arjuna Manamperi, for their excellent contribution. My sincere thanks for all the participants for your active participation and interaction despite your busy schedules. My sincere thanks to all the sponsors for their valuable sponsorships and well-wishers for their financial support. My heartfelt thanks to the electronic and print media for providing the coverage for our conference. I would like to thank the International Institute of Knowledge Management for their excellent technical support for successful conduct of this conference. We thank Mr. Rohana of Printech Establishment for printing the conference well. I wish to extend my gratitude to all others who supported us in numerous ways to make this conference a resounding success. Since the OPA annual conference is an annual event, we look forward to seeing you again when we shall convene to discuss another timely theme impacting the professional and the public at large. Thank you very much. I bow.
Since its inception way back in the year 1974, the organization of the professional associations has been serving the professionals and nation alike with dedication and commitment. 1972 saw the establishment of the first Republic Constitution in Sri Lanka, replacing the Westminster Parliament system, and the formation of the National State Assembly, which is the legislature. The new constitution also paved the way for the abolishment of the second chamber of the parliament, the Senate, and as a result, at the time of origin, the OPA was to play a national role as a replacement to the Senate. The initiation of the OPA was also mooted with several professional bodies striving for the establishment of one common apex institution which would cater to the country's growing need of professional opinion. And this process was carried forward under the aegis of the Commonwealth Foundation based in the UK in order to have a joint voice in areas of economics and policy. Since then, the fledgling organization has grown to be a pulsating institution with immense potential to serve the nation at large. Owing to its diverse nature, today the OPA is recognized as a unique organization, and based on the reliable information, there could not be a similar organization globally. Even the officials of the Commonwealth Foundation who visited Sri Lanka to attend the Chokup were based at the progress the OPA has achieved during the decades of serving the nation profusely. For more than 4 decades, the OPA has been working with the ultimate vision of being the independent and vibrant apex body of professional associations of varied disciplines guided by high professional and ethical standards, providing leadership to and development of professions with acceptance of community as a body contributing to national development. Today, the OPA has come a long way and grown into a powerful civil organization consisting of an impressive list of member organizations currently standing at 48 with a total membership of approximately 50,000 professionals in various fields whose outreach could be extensive in numbers. The member organizations include and are spread across a vast number of sectors ranging from medical to legal, engineering to marketing, management, and the various other professional institutions. The OPA is recognized as one of the major organizations involved in conducting various programs in terms of seminars, workshops, lectures, etc. on national issues and any other important subject areas for both members and the general public. In this regard, a major two-day conference is organized annually for broader participation of members and their respective associations on a timely subject, with the participation of eminent resource persons as keynote speakers. The final outcome of this annual conference is forwarded to the government and relevant authorities for incorporation when making policy decisions. During the past so many years, OPA has achieved a plethora of milestones whilst upholding its utmost dignity and professional standards, and these milestones include the establishment of a professional center for the benefit of professionals, enactment of the 17th Amendment to the Sri Lankan Constitution, a brainchild of the OPA, introduction of a healthcare insurance scheme for members extending up to 85 years of age with the collaboration of National Insurance Trust Fund, deliberations to the government on current issues faced by professionals and the general public with recommendations to relevant authorities for implementation, receiving of national honours by eminent professionals such as Desamandya, Vidya Jyoti and Vidya Nidhi on the recommendations of the OPA, appointment of some of the members to the independent commissions on the recommendations of the OPA, and more importantly, the OPA has been able to pursue the government to incorporate some of the budget proposals forwarded from time to time, which has largely benefited many professions and the general public in Sri Lanka. For the recreation of the members, the OPA also organizes a series of programs which include Sinhala Tamil New Year and Christmas celebrations, mobile dental clinics, benevolent activities to mark the Vesak and the Poson celebrations, six-a-side softball cricket tournament and many more. In the meantime, the OPA takes some extra effort in disseminating timely information to its membership, and 2 journals and 3 newsletters are issued free of charge annually in this regard, which contains many news, articles and important events of member associations. Organization of Professional Associations, which inaugurated with just 11 associations, have seen a steadfast growth and presently boast members from 48 associations across 32 disciplines. And the OPA will remain to be the independent and vibrant apex body of professional organizations in Sri Lanka, which would also stand for the best interest of all various professionals in Sri Lanka.